All right. Good evening, everyone. As it is 6 p.m., I'm going to go ahead and call our meeting to order, and we're going to start with our roll call. Our city clerk is away, being sworn in as president of the International City Clerks Association. So I believe we have somebody that will do the roll call.
Yes, I'd be happy to do the roll call.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Source.
Present.
Vice Mayor Bregenzer.
Present.
We're going to do it in a little different order. Councilmember Ledejou.
Present.
Councilmember Matulek.
Present.
Councilmember Gordon.
Present.
Councilmember Palmares.
Present.
Councilmember Matias.
Present.
Thank you very much. That's going to bring us to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please, if everyone could stand and join us for the pledge. All right. Thank you all. So we have a special meeting tonight. We just have one action item on our action calendar, and this is consideration of HomeKey Plus applications that have come in from co-applicants on 3 potential projects. And for some context behind this meeting, this is something that the City Council discussed last Tuesday, and essentially over the past, let's say 6 to 9 months, some private entities, co-applicants, have reached out to the city with proposals for affordable housing projects that didn't necessarily get assessed for viability, and the city obviously has still been dealing with issues related to the Broadway project. And the City Council started getting questions about these projects in advance of the HomeKey Plus funding deadline, which is May 30th. And there was some confusion over whether or not we were even eligible for HomeKey Plus, what it would take for us to apply for HomeKey Plus, what the status was of different applications. And in the questions and misinformation, I can speak for myself, I felt, and I think the council felt, just that it was very important for us to have the conversation transparently. We are obviously not in a great position with regards to these types of projects because of our situation with the state HCD and the Broadway project and just the commitments that the city has, but we felt it very important to at least address this all transparently, show the community what proposals have come in for where, and then discuss the potential next steps that we have. So with that, I will turn it over to our city manager, who I believe can introduce it, and then we have the applicants here to share, again, openly kind of share what has been proposed.
Thank you. I'll start by reading the item, which is consider and possibly adopt one or more resolutions directing staff to submit HomeKey Plus applications in partnership with co-applicants on 3 potential projects and finding such action exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Manny, if you would. Yeah. So thank you for making time this evening for a special meeting. As you will recall, the City Council called for this meeting during the regular meeting of last Tuesday for the purpose that the mayor described. And so we'll talk about the HomeKey Plus project in general, and then we'll talk a little bit about 3 potential co-applicants that have approached the city about partnering on HomeKey Plus applications. We've invited each of the 3 potential co-applicants to make 10-minute presentations. The City Council can, of course, ask questions. And then the potential action for the City Council is authorizing or adopting resolutions authorizing the submission of those applications. So we have a PowerPoint presentation. I apologize, there's a fair amount of background on this program, but I think it's important context for the discussion tonight. So. We'll start by going a little bit back in the history books. This current program for which funding is available, HomeKey Plus, was preceded by a different program called HomeKey, which is a California state program of Housing and Community Development Department. And the HomeKey program provides funding to public entities and tribes to create a range of different types of affordable housing and support affordable services. There were 3 rounds of HomeKey funding. The city of Vallejo received HomeKey funding for the Broadway project. And more recently, HCD, California Department of Housing and Community Development, created a related program called HomeKey Plus which has a slightly different focus, which is permanent supportive housing with behavioral health support. HCD issued a notice of funding availability called a NOFA in November 2024, which they amended a little bit in January 2025. And similar to HomeKey, public entities and tribes are eligible applicants. Eligible applicants can partner with nonprofits and for-profit organizations as co-applicants to apply for funding. And in HomeKey Plus, there's approximately $2.1 billion available in this round, about half of it for projects serving veterans, the other half for other types of projects. Eligible uses of HomeKey funding are in some regards similar to that of HomeKey. Projects can acquire and rehabilitate motels, hotels, and apartments. You can master lease existing properties for permanent supportive housing. You can convert non-residential to residential units, so for instance, converting former office space into permanently supportive housing. You can newly construct affordable dwelling, and you can secure existing units as affordable through covenants and restrictions. That's how the funding can be used. The timeline, because it's relevant for our conversation tonight, applications are due for most types of HomeKey projects on May 30th. The HCD is expecting to announce awards after it goes through its review process in early summer of 2025. They allow 5 months for the execution of an agreement between HCD and the applicants. And then there are some different construction deadlines for rehabilitation projects and new construction projects. So for rehabilitation projects, the construction completion is 12 months plus 60 days from the award. And for new construction, it's 24 months plus 60 days. One thing that I think is worth pointing out, and perhaps why this caught the attention of the city, is given the state's financial circumstances, as well as the depletion of some of the funds that have gone into these HomeKey programs, Prop 1, it's not clear if there's going to be another round of funding available for these types of projects. So this might be a rare opportunity. So as the mayor mentioned, the city had been contacted by numerous organizations that wanted the city to serve as the eligible applicant. Recall that only public agencies and tribes can be eligible applicants. So if you're a nonprofit or a for-profit housing developer that wants to work on a project, you need to have a government or a tribe as the eligible applicant. And when these organizations approached us, some of which date back many months, some of which are more recent, city staff responded that the city wasn't in a position to serve as a HomeKey applicant on the following basis. As you know, staff is working to complete some other existing projects that are underway, including the Broadway project and the Navigation Center. The city underwent an assessment on the Broadway project that recommended a bunch of new management practices regarding our affordable housing activities, and those have not yet been implemented. And the city already has a HomeKey grant for the Broadway project. If an entity has another HCD grant that's not completed and behind schedule, an application for a new grant may be assessed negative points. So we also were concerned that any application that the city participated in as a co-applicant would not be particularly viable given that circumstance. Just to remind everybody, the recommendations of the Broadway Affordable Housing Development Assessment were that the city should engage a housing development officer, only use pre-selected affordable housing developers from a competitive request for qualifications process to partner with, and that we should create an affordable housing development policy and procedure handbook and underwriting guide to ensure a structured and effective approach to future projects. So we have not yet implemented these recommendations, which were proffered in December 2024, and that's where things stand. Nonetheless, given that this is a substantial funding opportunity, the city may wish to consider pursuing an application or more than one application, even though we're not going to be able to do appropriate review and analysis and underwriting prior to submitting an application by the May 30th deadline. So normally, under a different timeline, we would have implemented the best practices recommendations of the assessment. We would have had dialogue with these potential co-applicants. We would have gone through the analysis and underwriting to determine whether the project teams and proposals had the capacity and the financing to successfully carry these projects out. But that's not the situation we're in. Given the soon upcoming deadline, the city would need to rely on the co-applicants to create much of the application itself. And what we would do instead of having vetted it in advance is that we would get our foot in the door by submitting an application, and then between the application submittal and HCD's review of and considerate decision to make whether to make an award, and the period during which we would be negotiating a grant agreement, the city would do that underwriting and due diligence. And I just have to say, sorry, Manny, before we leave that slide, thank you. The city has not fully assessed what the potential penalties would be if we decided not to accept the funding award. So for instance, if we went ahead, the city council directed that we submit an application. We did so. We were awarded a grant from HCD, but in the process of conducting our own due diligence review, we decided that the project was undesirable for some reason. Theoretically, we could decline the award. We could do that. Other organizations have done that in the past. It hasn't been fully articulated what future penalties there might be in HCD grant applications if we did that. Thanks, Manny. So just some things to point out. As you know, if the city were to accept the funding, the city would have shared responsibility along with the co-applicants to ensure that the project's completed. We have joint liability for the funding of that. If some of the funding didn't come through from other partners, the city might be financially liable for ensuring that the project was completed, financed to be completed. And of course, that could create a financial liability. And as I mentioned before, the City Council called for this special meeting on May 19th to discuss this and decide whether or not to direct that we submit any applications. One thing that I think is important to point out is that if the City Council decides to direct that we do submit applications for any of these projects, I would recommend that the city consider hiring a consulting firm with deep expertise in this area to assess these proposals. It's not, frankly, something that we have all the expertise in-house to work on, and also possibly manage the project of this application, the reporting, which can be a substantial time commitment. And we haven't gotten an estimate of that amount yet. So staff was contacted by a number of organizations that had project concepts. Most recently, we've had dialogue with 3 potential co-applicants. They're Ethos Environmental, Enough Housing, and California Supportive Housing. This is just a little bit of information on the projects that they are envisioning. Ethos Environmental is interested in a project called Vista La Terraza. It would be the build-out of a partially built development formerly known as the Highlands. That's over on, the site is over on Eucalyptus Drive. It would be 54 units for veterans that would be newly constructed. So Home Key Plus allows you to spend money on new construction as well as conversions. An organization called Enough Housing is interested in a project called Legacy Village at Maria's Place, which is at 1455 Enterprise. That would be 55 units converted from an existing motel. And finally, an organization called California Supportive Housing. They're interested in a project called Admiral Apartments on 1000 Admiral Callahan Lane. That would be 85 units from the conversion of an existing hotel. And this next slide just gives you a sense of where these projects would be located. On the left-hand side, one is Enough Housing's project on Enterprise Street. Number 2 is Admiral Apartments off of Admiral Callahan, and number 3 in the southeast corner is Vista La Terraza off of Eucalyptus. We have done a little bit of work at the staff level looking at the land use components of these projects. We can get into this further later if the council has questions about the general plan and zoning designations of these different locations. So we've invited each of the three project sponsors to make brief presentations of 10 minutes of their projects. And so if the council, I'm happy to answer any questions that the council has to this point, or if you would like, we can go on to the presentations and you can ask questions. And again, at the end of this evening, we're looking for the council to make a decision about whether or not to adopt resolutions directing that we move forward with any applications for these projects.
So we were thinking, we'll go ahead and open, the public comment's open, but I'll announce that we've opened the public comment. I think it's best probably to take the public comment after the presentations, but does anyone on council have comments or anything? I want to thank thank the city manager for the presentation, because this is, for me, this is just an important part of us being more transparent and more accountable and speaking honestly about our situation and our limitations. And, you know, I at least personally had written off HomeKey Plus because I thought we were ineligible, and then we spoke with Senator Cabalden's team, and it turned out it was a penalty, and the penalty was dependent on how late the project was, and our project wasn't going to be that late. And then we were on a call about the governor's budget, that there wasn't going to be any funding available. And so the goal, again, is to make sure that this is all brought out in the open and that we can have a really honest conversation about where we're at in our next steps. And I think particularly it's difficult because there isn't a guarantee that there will be more rounds of funding, but what can we do to be more prepared and ready in the future, particularly given that we have those MRG recommendations? Councilmember Ledeju.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's really important. We talk about housing, and while it is true, I thank the city manager for the transparency that I think is extremely important, and we haven't said it concretely where we really are as a city when it comes to building projects and our experience around affordable housing. And the reality is, when we're talking about building homes, whether it is market rate or whether it is affordable housing, we as a city, we have to have a plan, and we have things written down in our housing element, but where do we start, and where do we start having the conversation, and where do we start inviting those who have the capacity and the capability of building into the conversation so that we can begin to really think about where are we going as a city when we speak about building housing, whether it's affordable, whether it's market rate, whether it's building a housing trust plan, and on and on and on. And we've got to start that work as we're building the building blocks, as we talked about from the assessment. Everything in the assessment, yes, it's true, and at the same time, how are we going to unwind both roads at the same time? Because it really is important to have affordable as well as market rate housing built in our city.
Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, for the presentation. I just have a request. As we engage in this conversation, I'm not only interested in making a decision, I think it's just as important for us to understand where there may have been gaps in our current process, whatever process that is. And I don't want to engage in either a developer bashing session or a staff bashing session, but just in terms of what the communications looked like, where we may have dropped the ball, where have folks perhaps felt they may have dropped the ball, the developers themselves who are here, right? I think that information is important to listen to and collect as part of this process, because the Broadway project did call out for us to build out a process around this. And so part of that is really taking this data point, this conversation, this opportunity, and this point in time to understand what are ways in which we can do a better job on a go-forward basis. So I would really appreciate if we can also have a frank conversation in that respect too, without getting into the particulars, the personnel or anyone else involved. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and I agree wholeheartedly, and I think the fact we're having to come to this at the last second because of this deadline is that I think what we need to identify is the process behind this, of how we move forward with this. And I think, to Councilmember Matias's point, is I think it'll be easy to identify some of the gaps that we did, but I think what we need to do is put in place how to avoid these gaps in the future, and making sure the process in itself is that we have established that, because once again, we've had 2 projects of a learning lesson that we've had to endure over the past few years. So I think from that and looking at, because we all agree we need housing here. So we need to go about it the right way and put the foundation in place of us to be able to have the process in place to go about this the right way.
Thanks. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I was going to ask some questions, but I guess I'll hold off until after we have the presentation by all the recommendations. But thank you, heads up right now for that.
All right, thank you. I think that's all for now. So I'll turn it back over. Do we want to invite up the proposed co-applicants?
Sure. So we'll take them in the order that they're presented, and I believe that is Ethos Environmental first.
And we're aiming for about 10 minutes per, so we'll keep an eye on the clock, and then we'll take some time for questions.
Perfect.
Raise up the mic on the lower right of the actual podium itself. There's
Perfect.
And Caleb, we have your presentation, so give us a second to bring that up. This is Vista La Terraza.
Thank you. Wonderful. Well, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of Vallejo City Council and staff, and all others in attendance today, thank you so much for this opportunity to present a vision for our community. My name is Caleb Esborg, and I represent Ethos Environmental, a family-owned business with a 30-year legacy of building homes and strengthening communities across the Bay Area. Today, I'm here to propose a partnership to complete the Vista La Terraza project, creating affordable housing for unhoused and underhoused veterans in Vallejo. Since 1998, my family and I have helped build and construct tens of thousands of homes through our family-owned businesses, Legacy Framers, Semcon, Legacy Renovations, and MDC Builders. Ethos Environmental was founded with a singular purpose: to leverage our expertise and resources to give back through affordable housing. We firmly believe that true success is about serving and caring for others. We can go to the next slide, thank you. And if I can continue with a brief history of this project, Vista La Terraza was originally known as the Highlands at Garth Ranch, and it was actually approved by this council in 2005 as a 105-unit single-family residential development. To date, 77 beautiful homes have been built, sold, and cherished by families, yet 28 lots remain undeveloped. Finishing Vista La Terraza will deliver significant benefits, as you all know: job creation, business growth, increased tax revenue, and most critically, expanded housing supply to address our region's desperate need. Next slide, please. Thank you. The Home Key Plus initiative was first announced in September of 2024 by Governor Gavin Newsom and inspired us to reimagine the remaining 28 lots as a vibrant community for unhoused and underhoused veterans. The need here is undeniable. According to 2024 point-in-time count, Vallejo had 727 unsheltered individuals, with 86 veterans among Solano County's 1,725 homeless population. Of those veterans, 27 were chronically unsheltered. These numbers, the most recent that we have available, underscore an urgent crisis that demands action. Next slide, please. Our response is a bold and yet actionable plan. We've partnered with Habitat for Humanity, a global leader in housing for the unhoused, whose reputation and expertise is unmatched. In fact, the team at Habitat for Humanity, compiled over 90% of the information needed for the application. We've also developed deep relationships with several supportive services organizations, including Abode and Home First, both of which are ready to deliver not just homes, but a supportive community that transforms lives. Our vision is to transform the remaining 28 lots into 54 housing units, each with its own entrance and bath, and with the option of adding an additional 14 junior ADUs. We've also designed space for a recreation center and an office to help support ongoing services. The architecture is complete and seamlessly matches the existing and surrounding development, and as I mentioned earlier, is of the fully approved 2005 final map, as you can see on this next slide. And here you can see all of the fully developed lots and units in which have families living in them currently, and then the circled, highlighted area, those are the 28 lots that remain that we are proposing and discussing today. To make this vision a reality, we need your partnership, and that entails three main things. The first is allowing the city to be listed as lead applicant or co-applicant on the HomeKey Plus application, as well as additional funding sources, such as the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program, the Veterans Housing and Homelessness Prevention Program, the Housing for a Healthy California Program, and so on. It will require more than one funding source to complete this project, and we're aware of that, but there is more than enough funding available. Second, providing 54 to 68 vouchers, depending on the final number of units, to support the unhoused and underhoused veterans who will call this community home. And finally, contributing a form of financial support to meet funding requirements. As private developers with a fully approved map, we could build and sell these 28 lots for profit today, but that is not why we are here. Ethos Environmental was born from a genuine belief that true success is about serving others and caring for our communities, as I said earlier. So we're not asking for a handout. Rather, we are asking for a true partnership to create something extraordinary for the city of Vallejo and Solano County at large. As some of you may know, the application, and the city manager discussed this well, the application for round one of HomeKey Plus funding is due next Friday, and that is quite the timeline, I understand. We are confident, and I speak with Habitat for Humanity on their behalf as well, we are confident that there will be additional funding rounds, as well as many other funding sources. So I am here today to start an important and yet public conversation about a project that we really believe in, hoping that we can partner together to do something extraordinary for this city. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. I have some comments, but I want to see if any of my colleagues have questions or comments. We want to wait till the end, or I'll go. Okay. I was going to say I really appreciate this, and I think one of the things that I really like about the project you all are proposing is that it creates a mix of different types of housing in one place. So it wouldn't be concentrating all of affordable housing in one place, and you'd have the market rate and the affordable with the same construction, the same design, the same developer. And I also really appreciate at the end your comments about additional opportunities in the future. I think we are probably at a point where the HomeKey Plus application, given our limitations, that may not be where we want to put our energy with potential points docked and all that. But the question I was going to ask you is, what other funding opportunities do we have in the future that you anticipate, and when are the deadlines for those, so that we can put the processes in place that Councilmember Matias and Councilmember Matulik were talking about, and we can set a good timeline so we can be a good partner in exploring the viability of this and potentially going forward with it at a later date?
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mayor. That's a wonderful question. And some of those programs are, first of all, the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program. So there's quite a bit of funding in that program. Also, because Habitat for Humanity really specializes in net zero buildings, we would qualify for some of that funding, I think. The Veterans Housing and Homelessness Prevention Program is another significant one that that has funding that we could pursue. And then we've also looked into the Housing for a Healthy California program. Now, one of those programs, to be totally candid, the application is due next Wednesday. So obviously that's not going to work either. So that's where we are trying to be very reasonable and very realistic with some of this. Now, I am excited and confident because all of these programs have had multiple rounds. And from everything that we're studying and hoping for, we believe that there will be additional rounds coming. And that's why we want to start this conversation with the city.
Thanks.
But
Appreciate
thank you.
that. So obviously the next Wednesday, even worse than Friday. I don't know if I need to say that out loud. When would the next, are we looking at a couple months? Are we looking at 6 months? Are we looking at next year? What's the timeline we're looking at?
Yeah, great question, Mayor. Thank you. The frequency that I've seen is usually these programs will release funding every year.
Okay.
So I would anticipate from everything that I've followed and everything that I've studied, there are probably going to be additional NOFAs that are released towards the end of this year. I would guess around the fall.
Okay, so if I were to suggest, I might suggest that we have a process in place by this fall so that when the new NOFAs come out, we've got the process.
That would be wonderful.
All
Thank
right,
you.
I see Councilmember Palmares and then Councilmember Matulik. Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a few questions. You may have mentioned this. What's the density of these housing units?
Square footage, council member?
No, just like, will it qualify as medium density or low density?
I don't know if I know the answer to that. I'm so sorry.
Okay, are these single-family homes?
They are single-family homes. What we would do in order to effectively create 54 units out of these 28 lots is we would essentially convert them into duplexes. Now, our lead architect has been able to do that actually without any structural changes. So there would be no major revisions basically to this map. We've just been able to create a separate door so they would have separate entrances, but they're essentially a duplex.
Got it. So these houses would look almost exactly like the other houses.
They look absolutely identical, actually. So we're changing nothing structural to the fully approved map at all. All we would be doing is separating essentially a wall to create another entrance and effectively create a duplex.
And in what other cities have you had such projects?
Our family builds in virtually every city in the Bay Area and multiple counties around here as well. So Ethos Environmental was, honestly, to be completely candid, created to channel that expertise into affordable housing. So this really is, our first go-around, so to speak, to try to give back to our community.
Okay, so you probably eyeball like dozens of projects?
Dozens of projects?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, over our 30 years, it's, definitely in the thousands.
Okay.
We've done
okay.
quite a few
So-
projects. Yeah, very
That
successful.
was a very low number then. Okay.
Yeah.
And so it was mentioned you have deep connections with Abode, and I forgot the other
Yeah.
organization. So have you already had this conversation with them as far as this potential project?
Yeah, wonderful question. Thank you. We have, actually. Yeah, we've had several discussions with them. As I mentioned, Habitat for Humanity, which actually their representative, their chief real estate officer, is on the Zoom call with us right now and attending. But we have very deep relationships with Habitat. We've partnered with them on projects in the past, and we've also done work for them, too. And so they were able to facilitate a lot of conversations with these supportive services providers, namely Abode, and then Home First is the other one.
Home First, that was it.
Yeah, and we've reached out to many too. Life Moves is another one that we've actually corresponded with. But both Abode and Home First expressed very, very strong interest in being a part of this conversation and a lot of excitement, I should say.
Okay, and last question. This project application, was this already submitted to planning?
No, this particular home key project, is that what you mean, council member?
Yes, yeah.
No, yeah, we didn't submit it to planning, this particular application. In fact, the application, as the city manager alluded to, is a pretty extensive application. Now, Habitat for Humanity, part of our partnership with them, is they do this all the time. And their procurement team is amazing, and they fill out these applications, quite frequently. So that's where we've gathered 80 to 90% of all the information needed actually to successfully submit this application. But really, we've sat on it honestly to honor all of you today. So we didn't want to overstep. We wanted, full buy-in from the city before moving forward with any sort of intake or pre-consultation or any official application submittal.
Right, so you haven't had any conversation with the planning department as far as things you probably need to do that will be under review?
Not for HomeKey Plus in particular. We've had many, many conversations, of course, about this particular project. And that, I do have to be honest with, it's been hard to move this project along. And so when Governor Newsom first announced HomeKey Plus, it was really in line with our family's vision of giving back and serving our community, and we found it a wonderful opportunity to pivot into that affordable housing space.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Great, thanks. Councilmember Matulik and then Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the first question is to the city manager. So when you mentioned your vision of having a consultant come in to oversee potentially one or all three of these projects, help us understand how that would work. what your vision is for this.
So, as I mentioned earlier, under a normal string of events, the city might have been working with these potential co-applicants for months leading up to the application process, and that would be on all sorts of things, helping gather the information that's required to populate the application, which is, Mr. Esborg mentioned, is pretty substantial, but also doing the due diligence review to confirm the feasibility of all of the different aspects of the project, particularly the funding feasibility to complete the project, given the construction cost escalation environment in which we exist and other factors, which is not something that we have the full expertise in-house to do. So pivoting on this timeline, given where we're at, what we envision would be a potential course is submitting an application based primarily on the information that the co-applicant provides, and then once it's in the door and we're kind of in the queue while HCD reviews applications, we would then do that normal due diligence process, which is looking particularly at the financing to make sure that it's adequate to complete the project, that the co-applicant has the operational experience to be able to construct this project, to transition into operations. We would need a consultant, I think, to help us with that. In terms of managing it, I mean managing the grant program, not managing the affordable housing project. That would be the responsibility of the developer or whoever else they bring in as a operations partner. Is that?
That gives me an understanding, but I think, once again, going back to the lessons learned from the Navigation Center and the Broadway project, I guess we didn't have the ability to go through the full vetting of pro formas, audits of the firms that are looking to team up with us. So are you envisioning, do you have a consulting team in mind to do one or three of these projects, to even look at these one or three of these projects already?
We'd follow the city's procurement process to identify a consultant that could do this work, that depending on what we thought the cost of that would be, we'd follow the appropriate selection process. That might be a informal request for proposals process. There are lots of firms that do this kind of work. We'd select one of them, and then, yes, if the city council were interested in pursuing any of these projects, we'd engage that consultant to do that due diligence review that the MRG recommendations have outlined.
Okay, thank you for that. And question to the applicant here: when you say for the city to be the lead applicant or the co-applicant, can you help clarify what does that actually mean?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, council member. So for HomeKey Plus, I'll use that as an example. It's actually an HCD requirement to list a local government entity as either the lead applicant or the co-applicant.
Yes.
Now, our team, and especially with our partnership with Habitat for Humanity, can actually handle the entire compilation of the application. As the city manager kind of alluded to just now too, of course, we would take care of all the development, vertical construction. We would have our service providers actually take care of all the ongoing supportive services. So all of those different components in an application like this would be handled really by us and our team. The lead applicant, co-applicant kind of dynamic really allows us to receive funding. So it's almost like a funnel of sorts, where the HCD would actually award the city with all the funding, and then you would disperse it, essentially.
And what is your preference, for us to be the lead applicant or to be the co-applicant for this particular project?
Habitat for Humanity, thank you for the question, by the way. Habitat for Humanity has expressed, as one of our partners, a willingness to be either, as it serves the city best. And I think some of it does, depending on the particular program. To my understanding of HomeKey Plus, a local government entity actually has to be the lead applicant. And so it seems like that is actually a requirement on that particular funding source, although other funding sources may vary. And that's where we could utilize Habitat for Humanity in our relationship with them as well.
Thank you. And you mentioned Habitat for Humanity. So are they, help us understand, are you teaming up with them? Are they going to be the lead from your end of it? Or are you going to be the lead and they're your vendor?
Yeah, wonderful question. We would both technically on the application show as co-applicants. We would, so that's how it would be. So the lead applicant would be the local government entity, and then co-applicants would be pretty much anyone that's involved. So the supportive services, whether that's a boat or Home First, would technically be a co-applicant. We would be a co-applicant as Ethos Environmental, and then Habitat for Humanity would also be a co-applicant as well. Now, we would spearhead all the operations to streamline everything and to make it easy for the city as well, and just even with correspondence and communication and all of that. So we would take care of that. But we would team up together, if that answers your question, Councilmember.
That does.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. And so because at the last council meeting, questions came up about the veterans housing vouchers. Would that apply for this project?
It would apply in the context, not of the land development, of course, or the vertical construction, but of the ongoing supportive services. Yes.
And so, and you talked about 27 lots, but 54 housing units. And so my understanding is we only have 20 or 37 veteran vouchers available. So how does that impact the ability for this project?
Are you addressing it to me, sir?
Does that,
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if I'm asking the right question.
Yeah.
My understanding of the last meeting, veteran vouchers would play a part in how this is funded.
So yeah, there's quite a lot in there in terms of determining how many vouchers might be available. So if the city council would like to get more information on that, I would suggest that we call up the staff who are most knowledgeable on that, and they can discuss it. So I think at this point I would leave it as there's the possibility for some units to be the ongoing support for some of the units to be provided through the VASH program. Exactly how many of the units for any project that's interested in that funding stream is yet to be determined.
And so if we don't have enough vouchers for that, then we're relying on the other funding sources for the other units that you're looking to build? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, I think as Mr. Esborg mentioned, they're interested in assembling a funding from a variety of different sources that would relate, I think, both to the construction as well as the ongoing operation and supportive services.
Yes.
So yes, they would need to, as the developer in partnership with the city, identify what all those different sources are and compete to secure those funding sources.
Thank you for that. And once again, going back to the lessons learned from the previous projects, because I don't know if we fell into the same trap, but we were under the understanding that there was committed funding to us at some point, and at some point that funding went away. So how can we be assured that we're not going to fall into that same, I guess, predicament for these funding sources that you're saying that are potentially available for us?
Yeah, that's a great question, very deep question too, Councilmember. I would say, I mean, first and foremost, it's just transparency and honesty and conversations even like these to say, hey, this is what we have, this is the opportunity that's before us, and you know, even as a city council, is this something that the city of Vallejo would want to even entertain? And I think that that's really what we're asking, and so that's that step one towards that transparency. Of course, the other step too is proven track records too, honestly, and a history of excellence, and whether that's through our partnership even with a globally renowned organization like Habitat for Humanity, or even our proven track record, or even as the city manager has alluded to some sort of an auditing, vetting kind of process too that could help enhance your confidence in the project as well. I think it's probably a lot of those pieces that kind of come together and to really give that clarity and that confidence.
Thank you for that. And so my understanding, the pro formas have not been submitted, or any audits that we've requested for what you're proposing?
Not at this moment,
Okay.
no.
And
Yeah.
that would be the due diligence process you were talking about. And what is that time frame for that due diligence process?
There is probably a 6-month period between when the applications would be due, and HCD would hope to get our executed standard agreement, so it would happen in that time frame, and I think that's sufficient time. Go ahead.
And so if I saw the time frames of when these projects needed to be completed, was that a 2-year time frame that needed to be completed?
Yes.
So if we're losing 6 months on the due diligence, that only gives them a year and a half to complete it. Are we able to do that?
Yeah, great question, council member. Now, to my understanding too, it seems like some of the vetting process would occur even before that. Maybe I'm mistaken in my understanding, but to answer your question, council member, yes, we are. Even as private developers, we work under even tighter time crunches all the time, very successfully and very excellently. So I'm confident in that.
Okay, appreciate that. And once again, I think the fact that we are in need of housing, I think we're at that point where we're trying to think outside the box of be able to identify a lot of these development and housing opportunities. So I'm hoping that we're able to, once we hear all the other presentations, that we can identify if any of them are viable and with our process. And I think I would like to think that we're going to use our MRG report as a foundation of how we're going to move forward to make sure internally that our processes are able to enable us to be successful in the long term. So thank you for your presentation.
Of course. Thank you, council member.
Thanks. All right, Councilmember Gordon and then Matthias.
Hello, thank you so much for being here, and we appreciate you considering Vallejo. I have a question to ask of you. Are you asking to be exempt from any type of CEQA?
So this particular property actually has been through CEQA in its process of being fully approved and receiving approval from City Council. So to my knowledge, that has already been, finalized and taken care of. I don't know if regulation has us go through that process again. I guess that would be a different conversation, but.
Can I ask the city manager, does that, because I believe that it still is a requirement.
Yeah, so there are a couple different CEQA aspects to what the city council could consider as its course forward. The action tonight of directing staff to, if you so decide, to submit any of these applications, that action itself is exempt of CEQA, from CEQA. The projects would still need to go back through the regular development entitlement process. So it's until the city staff, the Planning and Development Services team, looks at a completed application, it doesn't know how to fully assess what the potential CEQA impact or requirements are going to be. That the project has already been entitled. I think, although it was entitled some time ago,
that's right,
20 years ago.
20 years ago, yeah.
Is a consideration. Also, they're changing some things. They're not just building exactly what it was proposed and entitled before. So I don't think we're able to say anything at this point about whether the project entitlements would be exempt from CEQA or not.
Yeah, because I'm looking on page 55, and it says there is requirements, and I just want to make sure. As I told you before, my son was diagnosed from environmental medical diagnosis. That means my environment changed my genes to cause him to have Down syndrome. So if and I know that may not mean anything to anyone else, but if we're talking about building houses and where folks need to live and play, I want to make sure those grounds are safe, and I don't want no shortcuts. So that is my biggest concern. If we are considering this, 20 years is 20 years. Christopher was born 25 years ago. So I'm just saying, I would like to reconsider that conversation because it's on page 55. If we consider this. Thank you so much.
And council member, if I could just say one thing too. First of all, I'm so sorry to hear that. And I just wanted to actually share too, I have a master's degree in sustainability, and so I'm actually very passionate about that same thing. So if that brings any assurance to you and to your very, very viable and real concerns, I just wanted to share that. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Councilmember Matthias.
Thank you, Mayor. Few questions. I'm going to start at the top. What's your engagement been with city staff through this process? And again, I'm not interested in personnel bashing sessions or sessions bashing developers. I genuinely want to understand, who did you approach city staff? Was there any hiccup in the process that perhaps we should be aware of as we think about building out a process for the city?
Yeah, thank you, council member. for the sake of everything I'm preaching right now, honesty and transparency, it has been a very difficult, I would say, experience over the last several years. I would say I got directly involved with this project about 4 years ago and started meeting with city staff members, and we haven't really been able to move this project forward in any regard. Just to be candid, a lot of that is just strictly without any names or any ill content here. It's just a lot of staff turnover. Every time that we would meet with somebody, I met with the prior mayor, I met with prior city managers, met with quite a few staff members, but there's been so much turnover that it seems like every time we would get a little bit of traction, there would be some sort of transition, and all of a sudden I was having the same conversation with a different staff member. So that's the honest answer.
Okay.
Thank you, council member.
My next question is, I just want to clarify something you said. So, Ethos Environmental, is it a fair statement that this would be your first foray into affordable housing through that vehicle?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Yes and no. We've done several projects with Habitat for Humanity, which of course they are affordable housing. So we helped build a brand new, beautiful development in Walnut Creek, actually, that Habitat for Humanity was the general contractor for. So we've been involved, but yes, this would be our first affordable housing project in this kind of context, so to speak.
But more specifically, permanent supportive housing, this would be your first?
Yes, the GC, correct, yeah.
The next question I have is around, let me just look at my notes. Is it, do you routinely submit pro formas as part of submitting a project to a planning department? Is that something you did or have done as part of this process? This early in the process, I'm just trying to understand, is that something you should have had?
Oh, I think
This
we're
point.
actually right on track in regards to timeline for this particular process and initiative. It's typically not, kind of what you would lead with, so to speak. So for us, I think what we've really tried to communicate is, here's the vision, here's an opportunity that we have. We would really love for this to benefit, the city of Vallejo and our community and unhoused and underhoused veterans. And so I think that that's step one, of course. Step two, of course, is looking at all the funding sources, making sure that this is a real viable project that would be a win-win-win for everybody involved. And then I think that the next step is, as the city manager was saying too, then you start getting into some of the fine details and the pro formas and all of that. So I think we're right in step with the actual process and what this should look like. Does that answer your question, Councilmember?
I guess what I'm trying to get at, and this question goes for everyone who's going to come and present, you made a statement in your presentation that the numbers were going to sort of pencil out. There was going to be some profit you were going to turn. So has there been any sort of a financial evaluation on your behalf that would demonstrate that you receiving this funding from the state would turn a profit and also serve the goal of what you're hoping to accomplish with this project?
Our team has, of course, evaluated, this particular project because, of course, if it doesn't make sense even from a vertical construction standpoint, then we can't even pull it off. So in that sense, yes, we've evaluated it and looked into the numbers, so to speak, to make sure that our teams can actually present this project to you all very confidently. So we have certainly done our due diligence there. Yes.
Yeah, and is that something you can provide to city staff or council at this moment in time?
Probably not in this particular conversation, I don't know, but I would be happy to have that conversation for sure, especially since this is really the start of our conversations together.
Okay, and then my last question, and again, I'm gonna ask the same thing for everybody who comes up. You referenced the PIT survey, right? So was there any sort of community outreach or engagement with the veteran community to assess whether or not there'd be interest on their behalf to, access this type of product?
Our team has not done any particular outreach specifically. if I can share so very boldly and confidently, I do think the numbers speak for themselves, and what we can see even. So I would be very confident to say that I think the reception for something like this would be very, very well received.
Okay. That's all my questions for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thanks. Vice Mayor Bergenser.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I also echo and appreciate that the aesthetics of your project match the existing neighborhood, which I think is important. I kind of want to just get down to the brass tacks of what type of financial contribution is your project looking for from the city to make as a promise to you as a partner? What kind of funding are you looking for from the city?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Great question. Honestly, that is very contingent upon the particular source of funding. So for instance, the way that this HomeKey Plus NOFA reads and communicates even the opportunity here is it's more of a capital match. So it would be more of a conversation even with the city of what you are willing and able to contribute, and then the HCD would actually match that and provide additional funding too. So I think, of course, as contingent upon the other sources that we're able to actually pull into this project, I think that would come into play in regards to what your specific contribution would be in this, financially speaking. But yeah, it looks like everything that I'm seeing so far, it's all based off capital matches.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And then do you propose that we will have the project 100% funded before construction even starts? Or is this one of those where we're going to get started down the road and then we find out we don't have funding and the city's got to come up with millions of dollars to finish a project that we had no intention of ever owning or running? So
that's a great question, Vice Mayor, and thank you for asking it. The reason why I'm standing here before you all today is to make sure that doesn't happen, honestly. So I am a very ambitious person and really am passionate about the things that I believe in. And I'm very passionate about this project and very excited about it. So I was actually looking forward to coming in front of you all today and saying that we need to get this application done by Friday. And I also want to be very realistic and very respectful and very honorable to you all and to the city of Vallejo and to its best interests and even the veterans' best interests. And I see that really is kind of playing more of a long-term play with hopefully capitalizing on the next round of funding so that we're not in a position where, whether it's previous projects or, God forbid, some sort of future project, where we're scrambling for additional funding. So in answer to your question, yes, our intention would be to be fully funded before the start of the project.
okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Councilmember Ledeju, did you have anything in the first round? If not, we'll go for second round. Okay, Councilmember Matulik.
Just a quick couple of follow-ups. And so I just want to be clear with the city manager, there is no staff that you're allocating to oversee, manage, or do any due diligence for this or any of the three projects?
Well, some city staff would need to play a role. I mean, even if we hired a consultant, somebody needs to go through that selection process. Somebody needs to provide some quality control of the work of the consultant. So, no, it would be somebody needs to read through the application, even though we're not providing that information. So there's still quite a lift in getting the application submitted and lining up an outside resource if that's what City Council approves and how they want to approach it. But yeah, there's still a significant demand on city staff in the midst of the other things that we're trying to tackle.
Thank you for that clarification. And I guess as a follow-up with that one, so I guess this goes to the applicant. Did you you said you've presented this project to the city over the past couple of years. Did you ever go in front of the Housing Commission to kind of vet the project through them at any point?
The housing department here in the city of Vallejo?
Yes.
Yeah, we've met with them quite a bit.
And did we, because I don't remember seeing any report of, not the commission.
Not the commission?
Yeah,
then
the
maybe
commission itself,
I
'cause-
apologize. Then no, not the commission.
Not the commission, because that's.
I thought you meant
think-
staff members.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that clarification, because I think that's where we would look to our housing commission to kind of vet through some of what we're
I
going through
understand.
today.
Yeah.
Once again, going back to the process of it, because I think that's where we utilize our commissions and boards is to kind of be our first eyes and ears, and because they would have the the people we appoint to those have the expertise to these type of projects that we, especially with Dr. Ledgerju as the lead liaison on that one. So I was just curious if that has gone in front of that Housing Commission, but it sounds like it hasn't, at least since Dr. Ledgerju.
Yeah, we haven't had the opportunity to do that as
Okay.
of yet. Yeah. Thank you for the clarification. Apologize for any confusion.
No worries, no worries. Thank you for that. So.
Thank you, council member.
If I may just ask a clarifying question, Caleb, to Councilmember Matias's question, I understand that you've been working with the city for some time to figure out how to complete the developments of the entitled parcels at this lot. Can you say specifically when you first approached the city to talk about a potential Home Key Plus partnership with the city?
Yes, that would probably be about 6 months ago or so, I would say. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the NOFA was issued in November 2024, so soon after the issuance of the...
Yes. Yeah. Even though the NOFA was introduced in November of 2024, I know Governor Newsom actually announced the actual Home Key Plus initiative in September, and it was actually, talked about and alluded to even before that. So I've been following it for quite some time.
Got it.
But,
Thanks.
yeah, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. You said that your record speaks for itself, right? And so I just want to ask just a question, and if I'm out of line, just tell me. I was looking at your project, that is Walnut Creek Manor is one of your projects, senior citizen. It says underneath you, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Affordable housing, you're not sure?
I don't
Well, I better
recall
not ask
one.
that question because I don't want to confuse you.
No, I don't recall that one. I don't know what particular source you're viewing.
I went to your website, and
Oh,
so,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
Because I see here that what a little alarming to me was that it says that the property had been marketed for sale as a valued add opportunity, which proposed renovations and redevelopment, but that it will allow rents to be increased by 51% to market level. And I just don't want folks to assume that affordable housing is supposed to be affordable housing. And then it says that the next paragraph was, however, via application and tax abatement of 100% private financing and property with deed restricted to preserve rent at levels affordable to housing at 80% of area medium income, which is 80% of AMI. Now, for me, why that's a concern to me is if whatever program they get in, they still have to, is what, 30%, correct? If they are part of a program or something, let me ask our genius over there who's in this area.
Councilmember Gordon, that is such a compliment. Thank you.
I love it.
So we have to remember when we talk about affordable housing, right? We can start at a 30% AMI, a 50%, and on and on and on, 80%. And so it depends on what a particular project is built for and what it's deemed at. So as an example, this project is talking about serving our veterans, our veteran population. And the hope is working with the city team at some point in the future, would there be a possibility to have veteran affair vouchers, what we call VASH vouchers. Right. And those vouchers are deeply affordable, like we know, Section 8, if you will. And generally, when we have those vouchers, you're not paying more than 30% of your income. And so there's a lot of formulaic work that goes all behind that. So each and every project that is designed has a set AMI, area medium income. Walnut Creek area medium income is quite different than Solano County area medium income. So you can't compare the apples with oranges. I'd like to respectfully say that.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Because today we just came from our trifold meeting, and it had Solano as to being the highest in rent ask, like, of all the areas. And so that's one of the reasons why I was concerned. I don't want it start off to say it's for affordable and then it switch off on us later down in the years.
Understandable.
because that's how I end up here in Vallejo, being gentrified out. So I'm just making sure we're crossing our Ts and not make mistakes, as I keep hearing my colleagues here say prior to. So I want to let you know up front, whatever you say, I'm going to hold you to it.
I would expect nonetheless, and I operate the same way, so I totally respect that, council member.
Thank you so much for letting me be transparent.
Through the mayor, Caleb's colleague Kevin has his hand raised. It looks like he wanted to add something.
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
Yes, please.
And then I was gonna move us, I think we should hear all three, have the discussion, take public comment, and then talk about next steps, because it would be unfair for us to make a decision before we've heard public comment. But let's go ahead and get Kevin to weigh in and say hello.
Just to address that last council person, in accepting these funds, we have to put a 50-year affordability covenant on the project. So that is something that will keep it affordable, that cannot be changed for at least the next 50 years.
Thank you so much for that clarification. I appreciate that.
All right, Councilmember Palmares.
Sorry, just one last follow-up question. So to be clear, what's the percentage AMI would that be as part of that affordability covenant?
I apologize for any lack of knowledge that I have. I don't know if I'd be able to give that to you right now. We can work on getting a number for
Partner
that.
can answer that.
I'm sorry?
There's a large band on that. It's from 30 and I believe up to 80% AMI.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Go ahead.
And just to Councilmember Palmeras, and when we say 30 to 80% AMI, you have to consider it, again, we're talking about a veterans program, so I'm just going to use it in that light, is when you have a bandwidth that large, you can decide what it's going to be, but remembering what is the area medium income of veterans in our county will determine that.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation, for your project proposal and all the work you've put into it, for taking our questions. And we will, like I said, we'll cycle through. We may talk to you some more and get some next steps, but we're really appreciative of the partnership.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, staff. Really appreciate your time.
you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and call up our next
Thank you.
applicant.
That would be Enough Housing with Legacy Village at Maria's Place.
And to click through the slides. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay. Thank you, everyone, this evening. My name is Melvin Cowan, founder of Enough Housing. Happy to be able to speak with each of you today to talk about our project. It's been a long road from late summer of 2024 to now, and so, but we're moving. There's progress, so this is a good thing. Let's pull it up. Okay, Legacy Village at Maria's Place. So this is a 55-unit Motel 6. We anticipate to convert it into permanent supportive housing. And this model, it will be centered on the social determinants of health. And for those that are beneficiaries of the program, they will have access to mental health supports, workforce economic development, support and resources, as well as transportation access, fresh food access as well too. There's a nice pedestrian walkway nearby as well too, so they'll be able to have nature to be able to enjoy as well. We are proposing an adaptive reuse conversion project, which we anticipate will be a much quicker build than your standard traditional build, and so we're looking to do this within 1 year. All right, the team. So the Enough Housing team brings together over 80 years of combined experience in affordable housing development, systems change, and public sector innovation. Our team's core strengths span the full development cycle, from pre-development through operations with a proven track record of delivering housing for the most vulnerable populations. We are exceptionally positioned to lead the Legacy Village at Maria's Place in Vallejo as scalable, compliant, and community-rooted model of permanent supportive housing So you have myself here, Melvin Cowan, was able to be a part of some really great initiatives in Alameda County, worked with a phenomenal nonprofit organization where I was afforded the opportunity to serve as the chief operating officer, where I oversaw a number of permanent supportive housing programs, emergency shelter opportunities, emergency rental assistance program, representative payee programs as well too. During the pandemic, was able to support an initiative through funding support from the state of California, the governor, the encampment resolution funding. There was about $4.2 million that was able to be allocated to us as a service provider, $8 million to the city of Oakland, which allowed for the creation of tiny home units to be created. And what was beautiful about that project is it really helped me to see the benefit of not only creating housing opportunities for individuals, but working to make sure that those individuals are connected to support resources as well. With the agency, was able to help to scale operations from 5 million to 18 million. I have a strong background in compliance and contracts. Want to also lift my colleague, Trish Beckman. She brings 23 years of experience in architectural design and development leadership. She's led a full-service design team for large-scale redevelopment projects from concept to construction, administration, including master planning, entitlement, and adaptive reuse. Really great when it comes to crunching numbers, making sure that projects are on budget and delivered on time. Michael Reynolds, phenomenal individual, oversaw the development, asset management, and compliance for 100-plus affordable housing properties across Northern California. Other great benefit to this individual is previous HomeKey experience of being able to operate HomeKey internally within the municipality. And so having someone on the team that could actually be able to serve in partnership with city staff and making sure that we have a tight ship when it comes to HomeKey regulations and reporting. And then we have Oyinka Olarin, managed $1.5 billion in commercial and multifamily real estate portfolios, leading loan restructuring, underwriting, and capital improvements. He is the financial guru. The majority of our team was not able to make it today, but they are definitely here with us in spirit. And if there's any questions that they can provide additional insight on, we can definitely provide that. I want to go to the next person here, which is Desmond Iman Jeffries, who's with me today. Develop and implement public sector recruitment pipelines and stakeholder strategies in governance, education, and infrastructure. Strong background in labor unions, community outreach and engagement as well too. Really great in taking complex policies and policy terms and being able to communicate in a way that is palatable to citizenry. Phenomenal individual here, and will also be supporting in business and economic development efforts. We'll move forward. Okay, so our motto is affordable prescriptive housing, and so creating housing opportunities that meet people right where they are with the support services that are needed. Been fortunate to have an opportunity to engage with a number of individuals from the unhoused community, nonprofit, service providers as well too, small business. Thankful to Mayor Source for the two convenings that were hosted here on homeless solutions and being able to hear more feedback from community members regarding what is needed to address homelessness in Vallejo, and making sure that we were able to bake those concepts into programming in earlier conversations with Councilmember Ledeju, which really helped us to understand the benefits of really expanding our workforce development arm to the programs. With social determinants of health, as I shared earlier, and then rehabilitation node. So we want to make sure that for this project is serving as a rehabilitation resource for those in our community who have been traumatized by virtue of being unhoused and have an opportunity to have dignified housing with support from caring individuals who are local as well. And then they make the determination of how they want to grow, flourish, and develop, but making sure they have the tools and resources to do so. Next slide. So these are our service partners that we are partnering with. So that is Solano Impact Care. That's the umbrella company Match to Hire. is a nonprofit, and what they do is they provide supportive services, housing for individuals who are returning home from being incarcerated. They also do the enhanced care management as well as community supports through Medi-Cal, which is going to be a huge asset and benefit for the program. They'll also be able to serve as property managers on site. The goal is to have 24/7 services on site, as well as a live-in property manager. And so they'll definitely be up to step up to the plate to do that. And then we also have Caminar. Caminar has been around for about 35 years, nonprofit organization. They are also here in Vallejo already, but they provide the clinical case management support as well as substance use treatment support as well. And they'll be working in tandem with Match to Care. So not only will beneficiaries of the program have direct access to case managers that can help them, meet them where they are, that are also lived experience as well too, and have the ability to connect them to public benefits, which is going to be a huge resource. They'll be working in tandem with the mental health clinicians as well too. So individuals will be able to have a treatment plan and be able to work towards that with a supportive care system. And then we also have the Workforce Development Board, who is also a partner in this initiative as well. And so for those small business communities that partner with us in this project, they'll have the opportunity to receive tax incentives as a virtue of supporting the beneficiaries of the program. The beneficiaries of the program who work for the companies that we partner with will be able to receive on-the-job training incentives as well too. So that is funding that they'll be able to have, and this will also lead towards a pipeline into work placement as well. And with this model, we are also going to be introducing a guaranteed basic income model. And so upon successful submission of a home key application and award, we'll be able to provide a $200,000 seed fund that will be supported by the Solano Community Foundation, who is also going to be supporting as our fiscal sponsor in this project as well. And our goal will be to match that $2,000 with additional funds from private as well as philanthropy. The goal is to have a one-year model that will provide anywhere between $550 to $750 a month to the beneficiaries of the program. And then we're also partnered with the Solano Continuum of Care as well too. And so we've already met with the Continuum of Care. Our project, we will be able to be connected within the HMIS system as well too. Personally, I've worked within 6 years within HMIS, within Alameda County's coordinated entry system, have vast knowledge and understanding behind that as well. And we're happy to be able to take part there. Next slide, please. So as I shared before, the Solano Community Foundation as our fiscal sponsor. We have Luke and Associates. This is a prospective partner that we want to be able to bring on to serve as a civil engineer. They have 20 years of experience in affordable housing development. They've also participated in the Blue Oak Landing development here in Vallejo, so they have history with supporting and development in Vallejo. We have Payatak Architects with over 40 years of experience in design and affordable supportive housing. And today with us, we have Michael Payatak, who is the founder of Payatak Architecture and Urban Design, who has also been a direct support to us in this process from the beginning as well. And instrumental when it comes to social justice and design and working collaboratively with the community, spending a few years within the encampment community, especially in Oakland, to get the hearts, the desires from the community and being able to incorporate that in design. And you'll be able to see that when we go through the conceptual. And then we have Swinnerton, which is our construction partner with this project, over 135 years of construction experience. They've also done home key successfully as well too at the state level. And they are here today to speak about the construction aspect of this project. And so we have a lot of experience that are brought here into Vallejo, willing to support us as we are supporting our unhoused community. And I'll share this before we go to the next slide. For me, I really got activated in wanting to create housing opportunities in Vallejo through a conversation that I had with an elderly resident who was sitting on the steps of the credit union, did not have housing. She had been living out of her car for 7 years, could not access services, was unsure, did not have her private information to do so, went to the housing authority. She was scared to go in. She felt traumatized. I understood when I went in there. She felt like it was too dark. There was security that was there. We were able to get some resources, and as we tried to contact to find resources, to find housing or shelter supports for senior citizens, it did not work. We were not successful in doing so. We found one for like the next day, quite possibly, but it was quite the challenge, to say the least. And that really got me inspired to figure out, okay, how can we create more housing resources, especially for our unsheltered, especially for our aging citizens who represent 24% of the unhoused population. And what we do know is that the moment that a person becomes unhoused, their life expectancy drops 20 to 30 years. If you are over the age of 55, that goes from 1 to 5 years. So we can see someone in our community who is an elderly resident and can kind of predict how long they're likely to live without having access to services. And so this is what gets us motivated. Next slide. Okay, timeline. Initial appraisal, Q4 2024. Pre-development, we're in that now, Q1 2025 through Q4 2025. Permitting, Q1 2026 to Q2 2026, begins construction, Q2 2026, in construction, Q2 2027, with occupancy to begin at Q3 2027. And we can go more into that later, but the goal is to be able to get this project done in a year. Next slide. The amenities that will be near the participants, the beneficiaries in the area. So we actually have the navigation center that's about an 11-minute walk away from the project site. And one thing that was raised from community was we don't have enough transitional housing opportunities, and we don't have enough permanent supportive housing opportunities. We're over 90% occupancy for transitional housing, over 90% occupancy in our permanent supportive housing. We only have 185 beds for PSH. And so if there was a partnership between enough housing, the site and the navigation center, we would at least have 55 units to be able to transition individuals from the navigation center, which would be a huge benefit. We have the Solano County Transit Village, that's about 16 minutes away. Kaiser Hospital, that's about 19 minutes away. And this is within walking distance, even shorter if you take a bike, preferably take the bus. You have the 1 and the 2 that's in the area. Accessible bus routes, there's a Walmart grocer as well as Smart and Final grocer within a 15-minute walking distance as well too. And there are 30 local shops and eateries. And in that area, there is rich opportunity to develop further to create more opportunities for eateries or retail. And so for those that are in the program, they could also become small business owners and actually operate in the community that they're in. And there could be opportunities to support them in that. Next slide. And now I will present Mr. Michael Pietak to talk about the design.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Mike Pietak. I've been in this business now for almost 60 years, 6 decades, most of that being affordable housing. So I've served just about every nonprofit in the Bay Area and in California, and our projects extend from Seattle to San Diego. When Melvin came to me with this idea and this project, it's probably one of the smallest ones I've ever worked on, but he was so convincing, so passionate, and had such deep experience in operating such facilities. I said, of course I'll do it, and I'll work with you to get it done. It looks like it's at the edge of the universe here in Vallejo on that map, but actually, as he pointed out, it's within walking distance and easily biking distance to many other services and facilities in the area. If we could go to the next slide. So that's the existing condition. It's kind of an L-shaped building. It's only 2 stories high, which also makes it very attractive as a possibility. I've been working on affordable housing projects that are 6, 7 stories high. Very expensive to build, elevators and all kinds of complicated mechanical and electrical systems. This was easy peasy, as they say. And what was also nice about it is exterior walkways to access a dwelling. And I've learned from working now the last almost 10 years directly with unhoused people and formerly unhoused people serving their interests and helping them develop their skills in identifying what it is they'd like to see to improve programs and designs of facilities. Making that transition from outdoor living and outdoor encampments to what we call a double-loaded corridor building, you know, those interior corridors with a series of locked doors on both sides. It's an absolutely traumatic experience for people who have been unhoused for years on the streets. But when they saw that there could be buildings with outside walkways where you could see your neighbors, not behind locked doors, but their windows are right along the walkway as well, so they can get the ventilation and the view and the camaraderie and the community. They said that's the way we would prefer to be once we leave the streets, at least for our first experience of an indoor environment. We still have a connection to the outdoors as a way of gathering and meeting each other. So I'd learned that, and I realized right away what Melvin brought to me is that this is one of the things we'd love to see happen. If we go to the next slide, you're probably familiar with the structure. It's kind of a nothing sort of building, as they say, architecturally speaking, but we saw that as a challenge. We'll make something beautiful of this place. Next slide. So you'll see in a moment in the plan, but we're able to introduce a new building and new fencing and all kinds of new landscaping to present a new image along Enterprise Street, which faces also the highway. So this would be the image of the place from the highway. And we're right along that new pedestrian and bike path, which folks who live here will get the benefit of. Their main means of locomotion is by foot and by bike. They don't own cars. And that's their preferred way of walking, of getting around. And so they have that wonderful opportunity to go all along the bay, along this path. Next slide. The present owner, who is selling it to Melvin, had done a terrific job just 2-3 years ago in renovating it. So the units are in pretty good shape. We'll be introducing kitchens, so they really will become livable units, not just motel units. So on that left-hand side, there'll be a whole new kitchen along that edge. There'll be some improvements in the bathroom facilities as well. Next slide, please. So on that ground floor, you can see there that we're introducing a new building, which is the pale blue building, that would contain a lot of amenities, recreational opportunities, and services for the residents of the building, including a new manager's home. We're giving that person a home. It's not an easy job being a manager of such a property. We want to make sure they have a nice place to live with a backyard and a little front yard. So the cost is pretty simple. I mean, it's renovating this existing building, which doesn't take a whole lot of renovation, and the introduction of a one-story building. It's hard to see because of the size on the screen, but across from the entrance is a fire pit area. It's part of a ritual. If anybody has been living outside, their community gets together every night around a fire, they'll be able to do that here. There's a lawn area they can relax in a quiet place because the building and the fence along the property line will be designed as a sound wall, so they'll never hear the sound of the freeway outside. There's a big barbecue area where everybody, all 55 residents, could gather for meals. There's a vegetable garden that will give everybody a place for their own garden. And then the fire pit area, as I mentioned. And off the fire pit area is a smoking pavilion. You can't smoke inside the building, but as long as you're 25 to 30 feet away from any opening, you can be smoking. So we gave them a pavilion covered space so they're not out there smoking in the rain. And next to that is a washing station for pets. Many people do have their own pets. It's their family. And so it's very important they have that opportunity to wash their pet dogs. Let me go to the next slide. So you can see in that picture that we got rid of half the parking lot and filled it with that green courtyard and the new one-story building. And then, as I said before, the manager will get their own little house and an outdoor garden area of their own, so they could retreat to that after a hard day's work on the job. Next. So the courtyard that will exist then between the existing building, which you see there on the left, and the new building on the right with its outdoor covered walkway, that will be a kind of oasis, if you will. It won't have the sound of any of the surrounding streets or freeway. And we're going to be designing the landscape in a way that will grow up onto the old motel with the right way of placing lattice work and planter boxes. People here will be able to get involved with the creation of their own landscape and then the maintenance over time. And it's one of the job training programs that they'll be exposed to. And in short order, the whole place will be blooming with new plants and flowering plants and vegetables. And then to go to that last slide, very last slide, again, back on the outside along the street, the new building you see on the left will have a sunscreen of a vine structure, so that gradually the vines, as they grow over 5 years, will be able to screen that west sunlight coming into the big windows. We gave fairly big windows to the recreation room and the meeting room and the quiet meditation room. And then that wooden redwood fence is actually designed acoustically to be a sound wall so that it too would help keep the sound out from the freeway, which is a couple of 100 feet away. So that's it as a summary of what the design intentions are.
Thank you. And I'll just note that time, we're a little over the 10. I think we're appreciating the information, though.
Sure.
But I know we're nearing the end.
So, good evening. Ryan Clifford, Director of Special Projects for Swinnerton Builders, the general contractor for the project. Here's just an example of one of the recent interim permanent housing projects that we completed in Alameda County. 48 beds were delivered with in-suite bathrooms. We currently have one being constructed right now in Oakland, which does have home key funds, and we did complete another one in Rohnert Park a couple of years ago. Next slide, please. So, as Melvin mentioned, we've been here in the Bay Area since 1888, 135 years being here, constructing, and a lot of that has been in residential construction. In the last 10 years, we've delivered over 5,000 residential units to the community. And so how we've done that, it starts up front in pre-construction, working with Mike and Melvin's team to understand the goals and expectations and make sure we're setting target budgets and detailing out a schedule to make sure that the project can be successful. As Melvin went through on the timeline, we have about a 12-month construction build. We're very confident that we can deliver the project in that timeline. And from pre-construction into construction, it's going to be a collaborative effort, identifying what the risks are in the project and working together to work through those and come up with solutions. That open and transparent approach is how we've been successful and been building here, for over 100 years. Lessons learned on similar type of projects is when you have an existing building, you want to go in and understand, what are the as-built conditions, do some investigation so that we can put those as-built conditions into the design drawings and make sure that we've addressed those conditions and eliminated those risks during pre-construction so that the construction can go smoothly.
So I know that we're pretty much at time, yeah? And I guess during the QA, we can get more into the budget, but as you can see, this is the total development cost that we could talk about here in a moment. And open it up for questions.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here and also the architect and developer being part of the presentation. I'll open it up to my colleagues for questions, or I can go first as I did last time if no one is jumping up. So I'll ask the same thing that I did to the previous presenter. First of all, again, I just want to thank you for the thought and time and care that went into this proposal and the various pieces of it. And I think I'm curious, in doing all of this development work, was your vision to fund this through HomeKey, or did you have other funding sources that you were looking at? Because a lot of work has gone into this, knowing that the city was maybe ineligible or going to have issues with Home Key Plus. What other funding sources were you considering as you were going through this process?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So, the vision behind this also is not just to develop the site, but also for the nonprofit service provider that would operate the site to work to make sure that they had funding resources to ensure that they were actually able to operate as well too. Because we know that for home key projects, they'll tend to fund the first 3 years of operational support, and then after that, funding drops off. And then the question is, okay, how are we going to continue to fund beyond that? And for Home Key, they would actually like to know what other resources do you plan to have to be able to address that. So for us with this project, that's why, earlier with the Supernova, coming here to speak, that funding resource was so important, because to do the Supernova and to have that combined with the Home Key, it would have been phenomenal, because you would have additional funds that could actually support services for like 10 to 15 years beyond, which is a great thing. And it would also help to fund the cost of the one-story build-up that we had shared in the model. But there's other opportunities that we can explore. We just have to be expedient about doing so. There's the affordable housing sustainability funds through the state as a resource. As Caleb alluded to earlier, that timeline is coming pretty quick, within like the next week or so. So if the city was really ambitious and wanted to do it, right, we could definitely work together to make that happen. So even with the Home Key, we're not expecting the administration to take a heavy lift on that. We would take care of the application process, and our team is solid, so we can definitely do that to make it a little smoother on the administration. There would also be an opportunity, depending how things go next year, those ASIC funds could possibly be available again. If so, that could also be a resource. Otherwise, there's the Mental Health Service Act funds through behavioral health. That can also be a resource. As I shared before with Match to Hire, Solano Impact Care Services that's partnered with us, they are contracted to be able to do enhanced care management as well as community supports. So they're able to bill Medi-Cal. They'll be able to bill Medi-Cal as well as bill for CalAIM for reimbursables, which is going to be huge. They're certified through Partners for Health. They're getting ready to be certified here pretty soon through Kaiser as well. And so that's going to be a tremendous resource to have in that area, someone that has the ability to be able to do that. Also, there's another funding resource that we could explore as well. I know that the city has home ARP funds that have not been expended quite yet. They are slated to be utilized in 2027. However, with what's happening with the federal government, those funds could possibly be taken away. And if so, then those funds would have to actually go back to the federal government. And then we would actually lose those funds. I think it's like 2.4 million or something like that. And so with that being the case, this project would actually be a great project to be able to fund, utilize those funds, show good favor with HUD as well too. And you would do well with that, because I looked at the consolidation plan, the draft version that's online, and for what the funds are currently allocated to right now for the navigation project, they actually would not be permissible to utilize, because the Navigation Center, it is a short-term housing program, and those funds are meant for construction and rehabilitation of more long-term housing options. And so unless there's another viable option to pipeline those funds into, this could be a great resource for that. Also, if there are unused project-based vouchers that could be utilized, that could also be tied to this project as well, that would be a phenomenal resource, because those funds, they would actually help to fund the beneficiaries of the program for 20 years with the option of renewal for additional 20. And they would also serve as operational match to the state for the Home Key, which would make us stronger as applicants in the submission. And then also, if we put the home ARP funds connected to that as well, The home ARP funds would also serve as a capital match, which would also bode very well at the state level too, when consideration for home key funds. And I heard earlier that there may be some challenges about the previous project not being completed, and as a result of it not being completed, we could lose points. And so taking that type of approach, it could give us boosts, it could help us to increase points for award. Additionally, Enough Housing has collaborated with the Solano Community Foundation and their Greater Communities Collaborative. And so the goal of the Greater Communities Collaborative is to inspire philanthropy here in Solano County. And so we're working actively to be able to bring in and to attract philanthropic partners to be able to support climate resilience, transportation access, housing, being able to support our unhoused community land use as well. And so this initiative would also be able to support from that standpoint. And with Enough Housing and our partnership with Solano Community Foundation, we're also setting up an account that would allow us to be able to take private charitable contributions that could also help to support affordable housing developments in the future, as well as supportive services connected to this project. As I shared before, Darlene, the other inspiration for this project is Maria Guevara, who I understand that struggle, being someone who's worked as a nonprofit service provider with strapped resources, trying to do the best that you can without much of anything, but it's sweat equity. And it's difficult to do. That work is very taxing. And so the goal behind this project also is just to make sure that for those that are operating, they actually have the resources to do so. It's a lot to ask the city. Because the city is being expected now to do the mental health and behavioral health supports when that's not really how the city is supposed to be designed to do. It's more land use and economic development, but the city is stepping up in that way. And so I think it's also incumbent upon us as citizenry to also step up as well too, to the best of our ability. Many of us are in our own ways, but this opportunity provides an opportunity for private to be able to step in as well. And so we'll be able to have a public-private partnership with this model.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. And the reason I'm bringing that up with everybody is I do think we're in a bind with Homekey, and I want to, at the very least, have conversations about where we might go forward and the plan looking ahead. I'll say kind of what I like about this project, kind of different reasons from the other one. This one would somewhat concentrate our affordable housing in that it's very close to the Broadway project and the Nav Center and some of the other stuff. But what I like about it is its location next to the freeway and Sonoma Boulevard, because we have a big Sonoma Boulevard project coming with Caltrans that is going to beautify that corridor and hopefully unlock some other development, which would give us an opportunity, hopefully, to get some market rate housing as well in the area. And then I also like that it's near Highway 37 because we've got a bunch of funding coming through Highway 37, Fairgrounds, Mare Island Interchange, and out to Sears Point. So there are opportunities to do beautification and support in that location. And I also think it's just looking at the accessibility and some of the other things you highlighted. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then it's when you come over on 37, it is the gateway you see into the city. Right now, that Motel 6 and that old kind of abandoned Denny's. So doing something with that space could be really powerful. So I'll leave it there and I'll go to Councilmember Gordon and then Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I appreciate the fact that you and I have been speaking quite a bit.
Absolutely.
Hours into explaining the purpose of this project. What I'm going to first talk about the celebration. I appreciate the fact that it's going to be 100% deeply affordable from a motel to permanent supportive housing, which is better known as PSH. I also looked up on your website. This is something you specialized in. And
Absolutely.
I mean, I see motel, permanent supportive housing, federal, state, local funding, rental assistance, community development, and outreach. So I'm very happy to see that. Plus, I'm into data and stats. So it says you have strategy, program design, and elevation. So I appreciate that. What is your your outstanding needs right now?
Okay. So outstanding needs, and thank you for that, by the way, and your guidance as well. Yes, we're here. So it would be a few things. One, to be able to serve as a government co-applicant for the home key application. So that's required for submission to the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And as I shared before, the city's role would be very limited in the application process, and so we would definitely take on the heavy lifting of that, and so minimizing the administrative burden with the city. Also being able to allocate project-based vouchers, and so if we do have vouchers that are unspent that are available, like let's get them connected to the project. That would be really helpful there because the other benefit in doing so, that would be no financial contribution required from the city's general fund in connecting vouchers to the project, which would be a great thing. And it would also align well with the regional continuum of care goals for the HUD priorities. Also, just being able to provide time-sensitive documentation, just because everything is on a time right now. So just key documentation, so for letters, resolutions, certifications, they would just have to be processed without delay. And once again, anything that we can do to support, we definitely will do that. May the 30th, that's our go day. And then so we ask for the city staff coordination and prioritization to meet this time-sensitive state deadline. And those are the key asks that we have. And if there is an opportunity to be able to leverage home ARP funds, and so if you're able to do the assessment and determine, well, actually we are unable to use the funds in the way that we intended, what are some other opportunities that we can do so, just to make sure that we don't have to give the money back to the federal government. Leverage it for our program. We're happy to support with another program as well, too. We just want to make sure that we're using those funds, and those funds are being used to creating housing for our unhoused community.
And it says completion of capital stacks. What does that mean, basically?
Completion of capital stack, right? So it costs money, right? It costs money to do these type of projects. So HomeKey is just one resource. Right, we're going to have to aggressively continue to go for other funding opportunities at the federal level, at the state level, philanthropy as well too. And we may need letters of support to be able to do so. We may need statements provided to be able to do so. And that would just help us if we're reaching out and just asking for the help to be able to provide it. And notice I didn't say anything about leveraging Measure P funds. I've been able to, watch the commission meetings. I've been able to speak as well, support some of our other organizations. But I've heard the concerns there about, how they want to be able to use the funds and how funds are being used there. And so if there's other ways to try to create other funding opportunities, I'd love for us to be able to try to do so and kind of spare Measure P in that way. But I mean, if there's an opportunity there, we'll definitely take it. But we also want to be mindful of that as well too.
And my last question is, what is the development needs?
So for the development needs, right now, just the letters that we need from the planning department, the letter just being able to show alignment for CEQA, because we want to be able to have this information to be able to provide to HomeKey, to be able to meet their requirements, as you had spoken to earlier, Administrator Murray. We just want to make sure that we have all the documentation that we need for that. So any request that we have with the planning department, if that can be expedited, that would really help. And Administrator Murray, I really want to appreciate you, because I think we've spoken quite a bit these last few days, and really appreciate your proactiveness there, because it's really been helpful, as well as the rest of council that's really stepped up to support us, as well as the mayor.
Thank you so much. I see that you have a lot of completions that have already been put into place, and so far I see that there's 6 of your completion, including a 200,000 commitment secure. So I want to thank you for that, and I might have questions later on, but thank you for your presentation.
Absolutely, thank you. And that 200,000 commitment is contingent upon us having a successful application and being awarded. And that contribution actually is going to be able to come from the owner of the hotel. who had reached out. They were looking for someone to be able to work with to do permanent supportive housing. And they have a hotel here in the community. Sunil Khatri, he's actually here today. And he had been trying to work with the city to provide this resource for housing. Then we teamed up. And what they would like to be able to do is to actually help to start the seed capital for the guaranteed basic income model. And we hope that becomes something that inspires others in the private industry to contribute to as well. Mm-hmm.
All right, Councilmember Matulik and then Matias.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Cohen, for your presentation. So did I hear you correctly? You're in the process of buying the property from the current owner?
So the way that works, so we have site control in the form of an LOI, and the focus initially was to have the LOI, and then once the county, because we had went to the county when we were told that we could not engage with the city in that way. And so the goal was to have the LOI with the county, and then from there, once we got in relationship with the county, then we would do an LOA between the county and the hotel owner. And so if the resolution were to pass, we would actually do an LOA between the city and the owner for the property based on the home key requirements.
So the application does not require you to have ownership of that property yet?
I don't have to have physical ownership of the property.
And I think this goes back to the timeline again. Once again, is since this is a hotel remodel,
Mm-hmm.
it says there's a 12-month deadline to get that done. So when does that timeline actually start?
I think it's 12 months plus 60 days from the award, and we're currently, I think the NOFA says that the awards are expected in early summer. That seems optimistic to me, considering that they're not going to get the applications until May 30th. So I would guess that there's an award period that might be 2 or 3 months plus a year plus 2 more months. So maybe 16 months long for construction to be completed on the conversion.
And so I'm going back to the previous statement of, once again, going through a consultant to do our due diligence on this. That's a 6-month process where that would kick, and I'm seeing that it doesn't really take a big chunk out of that 12-month deadline for this, or is my timeline off there?
Well, we actually anticipate that award notifications are going to happen more than likely towards closer towards fall.
Okay.
Like maybe mid to early fall range, because the way that the home key awards are provided, they are done as applications are coming in, so it's kind of like on a rolling basis.
Mm-hmm.
So since we're submitting ours towards the end of May, I'm just projecting that it would happen towards fall, mid-fall. So summer would be great. That would be amazing. We would be able to really beef up the timeline there. But.
Okay, thank you for that. And the question to Mr. Piatak is, so are we keeping all the units in the hotel still, in the motel? Are we removing any units from the current motel?
Yeah, we're keeping all the rooms, but there are a few that are slightly larger than others that we'll be able to convert for full ADA accessibility. And then we'll be taking 6 units, existing units that are on the average size, and converting them into 4 ADA accessible. So in the end, we'll have 8 ADA. So those are the big changes, not much at all, to the units, but all the others remain the same, receiving new kitchens.
Because my understanding, there is no elevator at this facility to where all the ADA facilities or units are going to be on the ground floor then?
Yeah.
And so do you plan to put in an elevator at all?
There's no obligation to do
Okay.
so. And that's, of course, a savings of a couple $100,000.
Okay, and the fact you mentioned and the drawing seemed to depict it, you're removing half of the parking to put in the care unit.
Correct.
So my question, and I couldn't tell that graphically, was: are we meeting the parking requirements?
You should be, because for this particular population, the ownership ratio of cars is pretty close to 0. You may have 1 to 10 ratio, And then the remaining parking spaces that are, after you take care of the residents, you still have plenty of parking for the staff and visitors and counselors and advisors who come on a daily basis.
Thank you for that clarification. And the question to Mr. Cowan, are these units going to be available for a family, or are these for individual tenants?
So right now, we're slated for individual tenants.
Individual tenants, so no kids allowed here, just strictly adults?
No kids.
No kids, no pets or anything, just,
Well, pets is a different story.
pets, okay.
Yeah, pets is a different story. Mhm.
And I just have a quick bias towards Swinnerton, because I've had nothing but success working with Swinnerton on my particular projects, but they were much larger than this one. So do you see any, if this 6-month due diligence cuts into your 12-month construction timeline, do you see any concerns with meeting that 12-month or 6-month, if it is to that extreme, that 6-month construction timeline?
No, I mean, we're confident in the schedule, and if there's an impact, there's always ways to work around it and accelerate the build out. So we
Yeah,
can bring more crews, or there's ways to hit the deadline.
Yeah, because the eyeball test for me doesn't look like this is a 6-month project, or a 9-month project at least. So, okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mr. Cowan, for the presentation, and thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. I'm going to ask you the same set of questions that I asked our first presenter. So my first question for you is, you've got a very impressive array of partners that you're working with to put this project together, but I want to know what is Enough Housing's experience carrying out these projects? Where else have you been able to carry them out?
Absolutely. So Enough Housing in of itself, it is the collection of the team that I just shared. So this would be our first collective project together, but between all of us, we have 80 years collectively together. Now in the city, okay, in Alameda County, I've been fortunate to be a part of some pretty major projects. I was able to be a part of a 40-unit RV safe parking program. And with that, being able to connect participants with housing navigation supports, mental health supports. From there, we had the 86-unit tiny home community, which had the same wraparound type of services with the addition of the clinical mental health supports. A couple of reentry housing programs as well, too, women's reentry housing for those who were formerly incarcerated, returning home with the connection of reunification for families. And then also emergency rental assistance. We received $1 million from the federal government to be able to allocate throughout Alameda County. I was able to operate that program, which was pretty phenomenal. Here, another project I was able to be a part of, and it took about 10 years, and they actually have the ribbon cutting that will be January the 13th in Berkeley, is their Step Up Housing project. And so, and with that project, I was able to draft and had gotten approved the property management manual, supportive services manual that was approved by the city of Berkeley. And so, and that operation is a 39-unit housing program for those who were unsheltered in Berkeley. And so just being a part of that atmosphere and just being able to create in spaces where you really didn't have, it was industrial, but there was no housing, right? But then being able to create housing with supportive services, that really helped to show me that we can make it happen no matter where we are, as long as we have the political will and we have the will just within ourselves to be able to do so. As I shared earlier, I really got to bust my chops during the pandemic when the governor provided funds to Oakland to be able to do these tiny homes, the 86 units that I got to share with you about. And during that time, the leadership of the nonprofit housing organization that I was able to serve with as a chief operating officer, he was unavailable due to being on medical leave. And with that being the case and having to manage over 125 staff across 4 cities, also operating housing sustainability efforts throughout Alameda County, while at the same time, building this program in partnership with the city of Oakland, our construction partner. And this is also where I was fortunate to meet Michael Pyatak as well. That was just the opportunity there. And I want to be able to bring that level of energy here. We supported around 4,000 people a year just as one organization with our services. And we have about 1,000 that are registered or seen as like unhoused here. And so I feel like in Vallejo, we can actually do that. We can eradicate our homelessness here and also make sure that everybody has access to the supportive services and resources that they need. It's small enough to be able to do that.
My next question is, and I'll preface this because I didn't provide that context to the last presenter. One of the things that I hear from our folks experiencing homelessness is that oftentimes this body, city staff will come up with solutions without asking them. And so I want to ask you, what level of community engagement have you done to engage our folks experiencing homelessness that would give you some sense, some data you could share out with this body that they would be willing to be a part of this project, accessing all the services you outlined and the construction itself?
Absolutely. So research, I'm really into that. And, for a while before I even really got active, I would watch city commission meetings. I would watch council meetings. I've read the specific plan for the area. I've read the consolidated draft, the housing element as well, too. A lot of these documents that have surveys from community members that have expressed their feelings about what they want to be able to see here in the city. And there are areas where I believe that we can actually tighten as well. But those are very helpful resources to see, okay, what has already been communicated in the past? Where have we hit the mark? Where can we actually do better? And then also actually talking to people, like in the community, whether I'm walking around, I have my son, or I'm just walking around myself. And because, once again, in the beginning, I was just doing reconnaissance. I would sit in on a continuum of care meeting to see, okay, what is the level of engagement from the city in those meetings? And from there, realizing, okay, we can actually have more of a presence in those meetings. And then being able to talk to local small business owners, as well as organizations as well. And what I realized in talking to some of our CBOs is that you see them in name, they have logo, right? And even like a Facebook web presence, but may not have much of a budget at all. We have folks who are like EDs who are doing direct service work and they're working part-time or they're just volunteering to the best of their abilities. And so we have a number of social service, nonprofit workers that are in the community that are doing the hard work every day and may not have access to financial resources. And so to your question, in having those conversations with them and learning about those challenges and the needs for capacity building as well, that also helped to inform this project. And so talking to those that were unhoused, so as I spoke earlier about Darlene, who I talked to on the steps of the credit union, she's just one of many, right? But she is the example. And then also with James Oakley, though I did not have a conversation with him, his death as a result of being murdered during an encampment sweep, right? That also triggers like more fire to act because, whoa, like we don't have places to place people. And if we're continuously doing encampment sweeps, people just continue to move around. The risk of exposure and harm, it just gets magnified. And so to that point, and then hearing the pain from folks in the community that were connected, right? Like that also helps to inform model design. It helps to inform urgency as well too, and being able to get connected, right, with folks who are seen as credible. Like there were property management firms that I thought about communicating with, that I did communicate with, and after talking to community, they said, no, this is actually not a good firm to work with. They would actually cause more harm. and so having to take a step back from that. So that's why for the supportive service partners that are connected to this project, making sure that they are also lived experience from the community, and for those that will become the nonprofit service operators on site, they have a direct connection to the unhoused community in that specific area, which is huge, right? Which is huge. And it's important that we have folks that are lived experience, that know the community, that can be the best to support and serve.
My last question is around process.
Absolutely.
Again, we've gotten a lot of feedback about, things we could be doing differently, missed deadlines, X, Y, Z. So I want to understand, when did you first engage the city? What were perhaps some gaps or pain points so that we can incorporate that into the process that we're building out as part of the recommendation from the Broadway project?
Absolutely. And Councilmember Matias, I appreciate your questions, and also I appreciate your leadership as well too, because that has also been an inspiration. Seeing someone who was 3 years in zoning commission and then from there into the Economic Development Commission, really taking the time to learn and understand processes, and then coming into council and then working to amplify or build up the system, as it were, it inspires action, right? It does. And so in terms of pain points, starting back in towards late summer of last year, 2024, began engaging with city council, actually. Just reaching out to talk to folks about the project. And it was difficult initially trying to figure out the district. I actually hit the mark wrong with several council members that I had talked to. And it was helpful because they were able to connect me to the council member that I actually needed to be able to speak to. But that was a process, because in conversation with one council member, I was directed to the assistant city manager to be able to share, everything about homeless services in the city. My hope in going through that process of reaching out to council was to actually build a relationship, right? Build a relationship to get a better understanding from their perspective on what do you see in the community? What would you love to see, change, right? And how can we support in that process? And so not being able to have that direct conversation, that was a little challenge there, but we worked through that. I was fortunate to be able to connect with Councilmember Palmares, who actually met with me near the project site at Popeye's Chicken, right? And I know that was, kind of crazy, right? Hey, would you like to meet me at Popeye's Chicken? He's like, who is this guy, right? But he came out and he actually walked with me on the site, and it was helpful with him having a background of being a Vallejo resident and being able to talk about the history of the area and even his growth and progression in the city, which was also inspiring, but then also being able to talk about what's needed in the area and the need for enhanced safety for pedestrians. And if there's going to be that type of program there, then we would have to be able to work to create safety provisions for folks that will be there. So that's going to have to be a conversation with transportation at some point to be able to make sure that we're enhancing lighting in the area, upgrading the bus stops as well too. From there, trying to get a hold of the the director of Housing Authority. That was a bit of a challenge when I first reached out to the director. Initially, it seemed great. She was on vacation. She said, let's connect when I come in. And then there was silence. There is kind of this culture of ghosting that kind of happens. And it's a painful thing, but you just remain persistent with it. And then from there, getting back engaged with the assistant city manager, Manager Hain. And what she informed is that with the city, they couldn't do any home key projects. Actually, she said that there was no money and the city didn't have capacity. And because the city didn't have money, the city didn't have capacity, there's nothing that could be done. This was a challenge because once again, as I shared before, I wanted to have the conversation. I want to have the conversation. I want to learn, how does the city operate in such a way that I can better navigate and build community with. Civic engagement is a part of my background, so I really want to learn and understand. But when the doors are kind of shut down and that opportunity for learning is mute, then it's really a difficult challenge to engage. And I do want to say that I understand, I want to express compassion to staff, because I can understand like being in a position where it may be the first time someone's trying to do a thing and trying to figure it out. Home key is a heavy lift, and I know that there were some changes that happened internally within the city as well too. And yet still, with that being the case, there still should be mechanisms in place to make sure that progress can still happen while at the same time we're still trying to figure things out. Because 2 years of inaction, that's led to, on average, we have about 92 to 95 residents that actually become homeless in Vallejo each year. So even once the Broadway project comes online and becomes operational with 47 units, right, you've had 180 to 200 people in the city that have become homeless, while at the same time you had a waiting list, right, for those folks for the 47 units. So our problem has just been magnified. It's like having a bank card with a very high interest rate, right, and you're doing your best that you can to hit the principal, but you can't touch it, and the debt just continues to grow. And our debt is continuing to grow as a city with those that are unsupported, with shelter, with housing opportunity from that standpoint. And then once we were able to finally get in touch with the Housing Authority Director of Housing Authority, because we were also trying to get information about the project-based vouchers, right? We were doing our due diligence early on. We wanted to learn everything we could to prepare for the home key before the release of the home key, right? But we weren't afforded that. And then when it came to the project-based vouchers, we were notified that there was going to be an RFP about a week and a half or so before it actually came out. I think it's like December 9th or something like that. And then the expectation of application submission was January the 2nd. And so to do a full-scale application involving so many parts in such a tight timeline during the holidays, Christmas holiday, like that was a real challenge. And I'm really thankful to Swinnerton for being able to come out during Christmas break to do cost estimations on the site, for Piatok being available to come out and support during that time. The county made themselves available as well to help as much as they could. County staff, I was able to actually call them during vacation. But it would have been helpful to have those early conversations with the Housing Authority, so that way, when that opportunity became available, we already know what we need to do, because even it would have been beneficial or helpful to even have a technical assistance like option. So for HomeKey, for example, you're able to attend a webinar, right, where they actually do the full breakdown of what's going to be expected in the application. And then there is a link that if you have questions, you can reach out to and actually have sufficient time to get a response that you can actually use to implement into your application. But with that process, we just were not afforded that opportunity. And it takes a lot of time and money to be able to do that. And I've self-funded a lot of this effort. And I'm so thankful to my partners who saw the benefit and were willing to take a chance as well, because it's also a risk for them. And that bill is rolling up on my end. And once we actually got the notification that we were denied our project-based vouchers, it wasn't really clear as to why we were denied. And so and then I had to follow up to figure out where the denial came from. And so they said we were denied because we did not have adequate site control, or we did not have site control, and we did not have a proper funding source to the project, which was odd, because even with the RFP itself, it doesn't specify the type of document that's needed for site control. It just says that you need to provide it. So we provided our LOI, we provided our letter from the owner as well too, which indicated site control, like within the letter. And then also for the funding source, the asset, the hotel in of itself, is a funding resource as well. And so, but that wasn't considered. Other cities like Oakland, San Francisco, San Jose, they've been able to do projects like that where that was connected, the funding resource. But we were knocked negatively for that. And there were other like zeros that we had just throughout our application, which was odd. And for Caminar to be our supportive service provider with the project, we were marked negatively because they stated they would provide at minimum 5 years of service for the project. It doesn't mean that they're just going to do 5 and stop, the requirement from the application stated that the service provider has to provide at least 5 years. So we wanted to make sure that that was indicated in the letter, in the support letter for the vouchers. But once again, we were marked negatively for that. And if you look at the score out of the 4 applicants that were provided, our application received a 6.2%. A 6.2%, and I think Broadway was a little bit over 100, and then there was another project that was a little bit higher, but there was a lot of inconsistency, and there was only one score to review all the applications. And that individual is not even here or from here. They operate a housing authority out of San Mateo. And so I don't know to what involvement the Housing Commission even was in that process, or what reporting looked like to come to you all with that process. But once again, you're asking this question, but I think there's an opportunity to strengthen that application process for those that are going for project-based vouchers, because once again, it's a very expensive process for those that are applying. And then also we had applied for the unhoused strategy RFP as well too. And we never got a response, whether we were accepted or not. And we had very credible resources, a research organization connected to the project. But it would have been helpful to have a conversation. Oh, and I'll finish this.
I want to jump in because
Yeah.
we need to move. We have 3 more council members to ask questions. We've been going for over an hour on this project, so I just want to be equitable to everybody.
Oh yeah, and I'm sorry about that. And I'm happy to,
I think.
Yeah, I was just trying to answer the question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, and
Yeah.
I think that's fine, and I'll yield to my colleagues for their
I've got
questions.
the Vice Mayor Regenzer and then Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you. So I'm a little confused. I think you're a man of many words, and I'm a man of a few words. But so who exactly is going to own this project when it's done?
Right. So this, as it was shared earlier by Caleb, it can either be the county, the city, or a tribal group to be able to hold ownership. And so in this, it would be the city, but you would need to have a nonprofit partner to actually hold the responsibility for the site itself. And that's where our colleagues will come in, our nonprofit service provider, to be able to do that.
Okay. And then you've talked about the ARPA funds or use a Measure P. What do you estimate of the $28 million for this project you will need from the city to fund?
Right now, project-based vouchers would be very helpful to do that, to help to fund. We're not asking for like a financial commitment other than what financial resources are already available that could be supplied to the project, because we're going to continue to aggressively go for funding opportunities. But because we know that those resources are there and they could be supported to the project and it doesn't pull from the city's general purpose fund, there's an opportunity there for collaboration, which would actually help us to be more marketable to the state when coming to consideration for selection for Home Key.
Sure. So, and it's my understanding we only have a few vouchers. Do we know? Does somebody in the staff know how many vouchers we have? Like for a magnitude of a project this size, I don't know that that's going to be enough to help fund.
Sure, happy to address Gillian Hain, Assistant City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and council members. We currently, out of the 200 allocated project-based vouchers that had approved recently, we have approximately 23 that have not been awarded. Tomorrow night, Housing Commission is reviewing 2 projects for award. So if those are awarded, then there's 23 left.
Okay, thank you for that. And how much funding have you currently secured for this project? How much funding have you currently secured for this project?
Oh, Home Key, that would be the first bit of funds to be secured for it. And as I shared earlier, with the support with the Solano Community Foundation, it creates a vehicle that will allow us to be able to collect charitable contributions, to be able to support for the project, being able to welcome philanthropy. And I do also want to just raise, and I appreciate Assistant City Manager Hain for what she just shared, but it still sounds like you still have 200 project-based vouchers because it still has to go up to vote to the Housing Commission Housing Commission hasn't made a decision just yet for that. So sounds like you have about 223 that are technically available.
I don't think. It looks like
Even
she's
though
coming-
award
looks like she's
notification.
coming back up.
Oh.
Let me clarify, that's not correct. There's already been an award, as you recall, the Housing Commission and Housing Authority Board awarded 33 to Serena Village, 97 to Sonoma Estates. Tomorrow night, we're reviewing 47 to Broadway, and I can't remember the other project that's going tomorrow night. So there's over 130 that are already or currently in contract or in the process of getting in contract. Tomorrow night will be the final two projects, then the 23 would be available after that. So some are already in the HAP housing contract process and have been approved through the Housing Authority Board.
Okay, thank you.
Could you repeat that one more time, a little bit slower?
Sure. So we have done 2 RFP processes already for the 200 PBVs. And in the first round, the projects that were awarded through the Housing Commission and the Housing Authority Board that are currently in contracting process are the Serena Village and the Sonoma Estates. The ones that are going tomorrow night are 2 projects, and I can't remember the one off the top of my head, but one is the 47 units for Broadway, and then there's a second one. So if tomorrow night's projects are awarded, there's 23 remaining. And if they're not, then there's a little less than 100, around 75-ish, if they're not awarded.
Thank you. And then my final question, do you plan to make sure that the project is fully funded prior to construction, or will you fund as you construct?
The goal is to have it funded like once we're in it, once construction happens. And so we want to be aggressive in going for funding opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you for the presentation. The service providers you mentioned, what exactly are they going to be doing?
So what they'll be providing is supportive services directly on site. And so 24/7 services, that's the goal, to be able to have staff there. They would be supporting individuals with basic care needs, supporting them with their units, if there's support needed in terms of like move-in, connections with public health resources. And so if they need support with getting connected to CalFresh benefits, connection to medical resources, they're able to support from that standpoint. They also help to just foster an environment of care and support. They are the supportive services workers that will be on site. And so they will have the most connection, direct connection with the beneficiaries that will be there. And then with Caminar, they'll be able to work in tandem with Caminar to support them as they're working towards their treatment plan on site. And so the other benefit of having this particular service provider is, as I shared before, they are also lived experience who became professionals in supportive services and have a strong desire to give back and are familiar with the White Slough area as well too. And so that's what they are. They are the care support team for that site, and they happen to have a background in enhanced care management as well as community housing and community supports. And so by virtue of what they have connected to them already, that will help to serve as a reimbursable model for the site itself, helping to provide continuous funding opportunities to help with service operations on site.
Okay, so you said so Salon Impact Care and Caminar, they're doing the same thing? Or they're doing something differently?
So Match to Hire, they will be doing the direct supportive services, so they are under the umbrella of Solano Impact Care. So Match to Hire, they are the organization.
Okay, so what kind of support then?
Yeah, so as I just shared before, so they would do direct service support. So they would be the on-site support service liaisons to the participants on site. So they will be checking on them to make sure that they're okay. They'll be programming opportunities, activities on site. And as I shared before, in terms of like working with Caminar, Caminar is providing the clinical support, so the mental health supports for the clients that will be, the beneficiaries that will be on site. That goes beyond the scope and the role of match to hire. And so being able to have someone with a clinical background, because what we know is that we're likely to have individuals that will have like dual diagnosis as well too, that may need a special type of care and support. And this is where Caminar is able to really step in and provide supports, as well as those that may be working through substance use challenges as well too. And so Caminar, they're able to support those with substance use treatment as well.
So they're going to do behavioral health and drug addiction special?
For Caminar. For Caminar.
For Caminar. And so who's going to be doing property management and who's going to be doing security?
Absolutely. So that would be match to hire to be working with and doing the property management. If we're going to do security, I think that would have to be a further conversation to have, because there's dynamics that we would need to be able to work through, because security in of itself could be seen as a trauma trigger depending on the type of security that you have on site. And this is the benefit of having the support staff there. You may not need to have law enforcement, but I think that would warrant a further conversation in terms of like the type of security and if security would be needed.
Yeah, the affordable housing communities I visited, I mean, the residents, they want more security. So I maybe it's a small sample size, but I feel like that's the trend that's going on right now. And you mentioned Medi-Cal, and you're probably going to be utilizing that. So with Governor Newsom's proposal to cut Medi-Cal, and I'm reading the signs with Medicaid, I mean, is that going to affect your ongoing project?
We'll have to see. And so I know for what he's proposing to cut, it's a particular demographic of individuals that are likely to experience those cuts. What I do know is that for those that would be able to receive support through Medi-Cal, they would have to be on a managed care plan. And for those that would be on site within the program, they would all be connected to a managed care plan. And as we do our community outreach, once that time comes, we will be able to have support from our colleagues connected with the Solano-Contra Costa County Food Bank that does the outreach. And so not only can we help to get individuals connected to CalFresh, but we'll also be able to get individuals connected to Medicare right there on the spot as well too. And so it'll be a dual purpose, because that was one of the issues that we learned as we were talking to individuals in the community, that there are certain shelter resources in the county that they cannot even access because they're not on a managed care plan. And the service providers can't provide a bed because they would not be funded for those beds. And so the goal is to make sure that for those that would come, and would want to receive care, that they would have access to a managed care plan option, so that doesn't become a barrier for them.
All right, thank you.
All right, I think everyone's gone except for Councilmember Letajou.
Through the
So
mayor.
I know
Through the
Councilmember,
mayor.
go ahead.
Could I just correct my project-based voucher numbers?
Sure.
I got that information. Thank you. So the fourth application I was thinking of was non-responsive. So the total applications out of the 200 approved by HUD, prior approved was 97 units or 97 PBVs for Sonoma Estates and 33 for Sereno. And then plus tomorrow night's proposal at 47 puts us at 177 out of the 200 that are in process, which leaves the 23. So I just wanted to make sure and get you that information.
And so that leaves how many that are actually available?
23.
But the Housing Commission has not voted.
Tomorrow night on 47, so 47 plus 23, so 70 haven't been voted on yet, but 47 are proposed tomorrow.
Okay. So that would be 70. And that also includes the project-based vouchers that have not been used that are at risk of being expired?
You mean housing choice vouchers or project-based? This is
Project-based.
only project-based.
Project-based.
Project-based only.
Okay.
23 plus the 47 that are going.
And there are none currently that are at risk of being expired?
No.
All right, I'm going to move to Councilmember Gordon really quickly.
Thank you very much. I want to go back to the developer. He was saying that regarding the handicap parking space, being that this is going to be servicing handicap, according to the state law, it says that under the California and federal laws, reasonable accommodations must be made for disabled tenants who are renting from apartment building or complex or private or private or public properties. This includes reasonable modifications to structures, allowing service animals, providing disabled parking spots closer to buildings or to the tenant units. That's not including those who need vans to make sure they can be able to get out as well. So I just want to please keep that in mind, because that, makes no sense to have a building that's serviced, but they can't get to it. So just keep that in mind.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna, unless you have anything, Councilmember Lejeune, I'm gonna suggest that we take a short recess. Thank you for the presentation and for answering the questions. We
Mayor
appreciate it.
Source, if I
City
may,
Manager, sorry,
before
go
we
ahead.
leave this topic,
Yeah.
I was not aware of the requirement that one of the eligible applicants be the owner. It's my understanding that any of the applicants or co-applicants can be the owner. So that would be a pretty significant consideration, at least in my mind, of whether the city would ultimately be the owner. And so that's something we can further research and would vet as part of the due diligence process.
Thank you. So I'm gonna suggest a 5-minute recess and then we'll bring up our third applicant. Does that sound good to folks? All right, we'll be back in approximately 5 minutes. I'm going to encourage everyone to start making their way back. All right, I'm going to give another reminder of everyone to please start making your way back so we can get started again. All right, thank you, everyone. As the people make their way back, I'm going to go ahead and call us back to order. And we will go ahead and invite up our third applicant to present. We'll keep this one to 10 minutes max, and we'll go through our round of questions. Thank you.
Should we start? Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, City Manager and the city staff for providing this opportunity. I am Puneet Bhargav, CEO of California Supportive Housing. We are a mission-based nonprofit. We focused on permanent supportive housing and affordable housing. And I would like to invite a few of the folks from my team. Again, it was short notice, so we could get only a few of the folks. So we have Stephen, who has completed several end-to-end home key projects. He's leading our home key effort in Oakland. We'll talk about that, as well as he'll be leading the effort in Vallejo as well. We have Scott, who is the director of property management and services for Abode, who is our partner, who has been doing this for 30+ years in the Bay Area. So he's managing quite a few home key projects as well as others. Along with that, we have Robert from Banta Design, who is the architectural and design firm focusing on this project and several others for us. To start with, I think we'll focus first on talking about our nonprofit, and then talk about the project, then go into specifically the readiness, because I think we have about 11 days remaining to submit the application. So talking about, hey, do we have a robust operational expenses, or as well as budget, as well as cash flow and others. So we'll talk about that, along with we just completed a Home Key Plus application submission last week. It requires 66 documents, so last few days were just a marathon to get everything in. So we'll see and talk about how we'll leverage that as well. So if you go to the next slide, I'd like to start with, as a testament to our team and its experience with home key and end-to-end delivery, we were the largest award in home key round 3 for $20.4 million. This was to develop a mortal conversion into 104 units. And we were awarded $20.4 million. We were called by governor's office as well as head of HCD to do a press conference as well as a tour. This is the only site which has been done on rehabilitation. And you can see a picture there, governor coming to that site, doing a press conference, and I showing them the rooms as well as the whole hotel. Our team has completed extended team has completed multiple home key projects across round 1, 2, and 3. And as I was just mentioning, we just submitted one application on Home Key Plus. So very intimately involved and aware of what it takes to actually have a successful application, be awarded, and how to start executing it and delivering it. We have a partnership with several providers which have 30+ years of experience. Our service provider and property manager is Abode, who has been doing this in Bay Area for 30+ years, has several PSH, affordable housing, few home key as well. Our architectural design firm is Banta Design. Contractor is Robelin, who has been doing this for 65 years, and real estate attorney Goldman Farb Lipman, who has been giving, basically advises many of the cities, including City of Oakland, many cities in Solano County, and they are very well aware of affordable housing and PSH. Our director of development has done this. She has done this. Kathy has done this for her entire life. 25+ projects, 1,200 units. Stephen, who is here, our home key lead, he has 20+ years of experience building 1,000+ units in his prior life with Mercy Housing. Our director of operations recently completed 240 modular units in Bay Area, and each of our individual people have experienced more than 10 years doing affordable housing or permanent supportive housing. If you go to the next slide. So going into the project itself, it's a project on 1000 Callahan Avenue, and it's a well-maintained property on a 2.4-acre, large number of units and common space, allowing us to merge some of the units, also allowing us to convert some of the space for having common space. What we have seen is that most of the time PSH require offices, individualized offices for case managers, individualized offices for property manager. So our focus is that to utilize some of the rooms to convert into those spaces. We have site control for about 15 months, 9 months straight out, along with 2 options for 6 months. Usually Home Key Plus, as we talked about in even earlier discussions, sometimes might take time to actually get the award and get into the standard agreement and then acquire the property. So we have a purchase and sale agreement, and that's the most highest point way to show site control. This property has access to multiple bus line. It is near Gateway Plaza shopping mall, providing not only access to retail shop, restaurants, and supermarkets, but also ample job opportunities as we train these people to get and graduate, hopefully from PSH to affordable housing in the future, train them for jobs, train them and access these places. It's also near health services, pharmacy, medical clinic, and others. I know one question came about security, and we take security very seriously. We'll provide 2 things. One is fencing all around the hotel, as well have 24/7 desk service and security, because that's very much important, especially for the size of the property we are talking about and having 85 units. I've included one picture which just shows that there is a natural very high concrete fencing out there on one side. One side is the freeway, and the other 2 sides we will add fencing as well. If you go to the next slide. Here is some building and unit layout, and I know we have not tried to put several slides there. One crisp slide talking about how the site looks like. It's a L-shaped building which has a pool. We'll close the pool. We'll make a lot of landscaping area. We'll have bike trail. We will have area for pets. Because as we have talked about, or you have heard earlier, many of the homeless folks might have pets, and that would be a good thing to have, as well as we want to make sure that we build it like a community. We have a 5-pronged approach to building community engagement much before we start acquiring this property and much before we start designing and finalizing and getting entitlement. And we had submitted that, and it was commended by HCD when we submitted it for the city of Oakland, which we are already implementing in the current HomeKey project. On the right side, those are some conceptual layouts of the unit, and predominantly we are trying to install kitchenettes in these rooms so that we provide a dignified area for individuals, along with some of the rooms, as we talked about, would be changed to common spaces as well. If you go to the next slide. In terms of this project, it is fully planned out. We did reach out to the city staff. I think it was in December. We have had few meetings with the city staff. We also reached out to a few of the council members, and thanks Council Member Matthias to taking out the time. Thanks to City Manager to taking out the time as well to talk about our project and shown some interest and support as well. We have, again, primary thing to make these projects work is that it has to be well underwritten, both from a CapEx and OpEx perspective. It has to be optimized, both of those perspectives for HomeKey. We have done that already. We are not requesting for any funds from the city or county, no additional staff effort required. We have a very detailed staffing plan, robust staffing plan with 6 to 9 people. We have already included that, and it was shared earlier with the staff, and it was included in the documentation which was shared along with our project. We already have also set up a pre-app meeting. It was scheduled because we were working with the county. We were getting the support, but because county only had one council meeting this month, they did not have any more opportunity to take this up in front of their council. But the pre-app meeting, which is a required HCD meeting, it was scheduled for today at 1 p.m. So we have requested for rescheduling that, and we would hopefully be able to schedule that this week. We already filled in the scoring threshold to compute how we will do if we do go ahead and apply for this project. We are doing well ahead of 100 points which are required. We also started talking with Solano County Department of Behavioral Health. We already have support from that. We have talked with Emery, who's heading the housing division there, and it's again another HCD requirement to submit this HomeKey Plus application. We did receive Project-Based Vouchers Award that was shared in the report to the HCD Commission. There is some discussion and disconnect between what we were shared with us and what staff is saying, so we'll try to sort that out separately. But in general, we are also trying to seek philanthropic resources for any additional operating subsidy. In case of Oakland, we were able to raise $1.2 million of operating subsidy, which we are utilizing for that project. So we are very confident that we should be able to address and get, because the primary thing is twofold. One is we keep this as a permanent supportive housing for 55 years. Usually the regulation is for 55 years. And second is to be able to show that we are cash flow positive for the 15 years, or at least break even. We do not go cash flow negative, and that's a requirement when you're submitting a HomeKey Plus application. So if you go to the next slide, what we also try to do here is that, hey, these 11 days remaining, are we ready to submit a solid application? Because one thing is submit an application, hopefully in 6 months or over the period of 6 months or few months, we vet it and see it. We are a nonprofit, we are a small nonprofit. All of our funding is through charity, and if we are committed to a project, we want to make sure it is a robust project. We submitted one project in Oakland. Even though we were the 5th submission, we got awarded the first. We got acquired the first because of the robustness of our application. We are commended by HCD, and that's why we had that press conference by Governor Newsom. So we took this seriously, categorized the HomeKey Plus requirements into 9 categories of requirements, evaluated ourselves in terms of project readiness, and you will see on the right-hand side in this table, we are meeting or exceeding each and every requirement, and again, in interest of time, rather going through each one of them, I'll just touch upon few of them. First one, CSH, California Supportive Housing, has substantial net assets. We have a robust capital, operating, and cash flow developed by the team already for this project. We have a robust plan to execute. We actually, by sheltering were approached for helping with Broadway project 2 years ago. So we had looked into that project, and we did look into what was being done right, what was being done wrong, and we still have that open offer for the city or staff if help is needed. But the point I'm making is we have tried to make sure that we do not make any mistakes. We have a robust plan in place, both from an execution perspective, starting from entitlement to to acquisition, to execution, to delivery, and then sustainable for 15 and then 55 years. In terms of scoring, as I talked about, we are doing much beyond 100 points. If you look at the threshold requirements, and if you do not meet any of the threshold requirements, they can reject you. There are 41 of them. We meet and exceed each one of the 41 of them. We are leveraging, and we have started utilizing the 66 documents which we submitted last week, and half of them we have started rewriting for this application already. So we are ahead of our game in that respect, so that if not this week, hopefully we can submit next week this application. And that's all I had. I just wanted to make sure we bring out the pertinent points. Again, I'm also a man of few words, focusing on the things which are important, but happy to answer any of the questions you might have.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the time and the presentation. And again, I'll open it up to colleagues that have questions. And while we wait for that, I will ask the same thing I asked everyone else, which was, what other funding opportunities do you see on the horizon for projects like this? Or are you counting on HomeKey Plus?
Absolutely. Yeah, so of course our primary focus is HomeKey Plus, and that's why we have tried to see how we can make the budget work. That's why we are not asking for any city funds or county funds. In addition to that, we are looking at 4% and 9% submissions. AHSC, even though people talked about the deadline is next Wednesday, you have to be working with the city or county at least 8 months in advance. You have to be working with the public authority 6-8 months in advance. You need to identify particular projects which align with the city, what they are doing. So that's not there. That could be done in future. And around 3-4% will be coming in. I think the deadline for that is August later this year. So we can tap into that. the supernova also already completed. It did not happen. It's not happening every year. It's happening every 2 years now. So most likely we can apply for that as well. So we are prepared for the upcoming funding rounds, which are there in the future, but our primary focus is HomeKey Plus, and then subsequently, if we don't go and get that, it's 4%, but we are very confident, and that's why we are evaluating, hey, how do we compare? How would we do if we do apply for this funding?
Thank you. And had you looked at any other locations besides this particular hotel, and what were the considerations for choosing this particular location?
Yeah, so we were in LOI for 3 properties in Vallejo itself. This property has few added advantage. One is the number of unit count to start with is higher. That does allow us flexibility into converting some of the spaces into case manager offices, property manager offices. You do not have to build a separate building because, again, that adds variability into execution. It's easier to take that office, take 4 offices in first floor and just call them, okay, these are case manager offices. That's one. Second is, if you look at the location, it's the right balance between, is it located close enough to other amenities, and is it located separated enough to other residential areas? So it checks mark on that as well. Third, if you look at the condition of this property as compared to the 2 other LOI we had and other hotels we looked at, this has gone through quite a bit of rehabilitation in recent past. If you look at the room photos we have put in, it's looking pretty good, so that our money can be well spent on adding kitchenettes, having some kosher, like some operating reserves, along with basically making landscaping areas so that we make and give a sense of community.
Right, thank you. And I'll add, this one is probably the toughest location for me just because it's right in the middle of that commercial plaza district, which I know that hotel is already a bit of an oddball in that neighborhood. So I'll add that and thank you for that context. Sure. I see Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, I appreciate the questions that was asked by my colleague. I do want to understand, because it is in a business area, how would you separate, because I don't think a lot of the business people are excited about this project. they are okay more of it being a hotel, it would bring more customers to them, otherwise they have not. Have you got that kind of feedback? What kind of homework have you done?
Yeah, so based on talking with small businesses nearby, as well as looking at the condition of the hotel, even though from a rehabilitation perspective, when this existing owner bought this property, went ahead, rehabilitated it, but over the last several years, the hotel is not doing well. Basically, it is not driving in as much business. The future for this hotel could be that it closes down. Then it could be an issue in the future as well. So that's one. And second is, if you see the location of the property, and I was showing the photo as well, if we go back a few slides, the area which is common is the other, yeah, go back 2 more slides. Just next, yeah. So if you see this bottom picture, there is a natural fencing which is there between this hotel as well as the primary businesses which are behind. Right across to that is the Tesla dealership, and one side is the freeway. And so by making sure that we put the fences, having full security, having full access control takes care of the security aspect of it. Of course, there are two aspects, and the question you had asked, how would businesses see whether this goes away as an existing hotel? That, based on our understanding of what the seller's current numbers are, he is not able to sustain it and run it as a hotel anymore.
And then on the other side is with Black Bear Restaurant,
Yes.
and then you have Target and all that on that other side.
Yes.
So you're not putting a fence there. You're not going to cut that off.
We would.
Oh, you are?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. That's what
So
make sure I
if you-
understood that correctly.
Yes,
So you'll cut that off where it used to be a free through. You're going to cut that off.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'd like to ask Natalie a question, or maybe Gillian. Thank you so much. Did any of these projects go to the county, either staff or to the board of the supervisors at this point? Any of these? Because I've seen and I've read that the Solano counties, you 100% for them, and so I just want to clarify.
Yeah, so my understanding is that 2, if not all 3 of the projects have gone before county staff for review, and it is my understanding that they ultimately did not go before the Board of Supervisors at large for a vote on any co-applicant status.
Did you want to add something to that, Gillian? Okay. And then one more question I'd like to ask. I'm trying to word it, politely. How would, if it was to go to the county, what would be the purpose? I mean, I understand it, but I just want to make sure that the population hears it.
So there's a couple reasons that it could go before the county. One, if they were able to meet with them prior to the 30th, it could be for a resolution similar to what is coming before you tonight to be a co-applicant on the project as what's considered the eligible applicant, which is the city or county entity, or tribal entity can be the eligible applicant that applies for the funds with the other co-applicants, such as the developer and operator. It could also potentially be going before them. I think, as it's been mentioned, working with behavioral health is a requirement of the project, so it would be potentially going before our county for formal support of providing behavioral health services. But my understanding is the county does not have any additional meetings this month, so I don't believe it will be going before them as a co-applicant status.
Do you feel that from any conversation that might have been awarded to you, that they are in support of any of these projects?
I believe that there is general support for bringing additional housing to the greater Solano County, but specific support for any of the projects, I can't determine without having kind of deeper conversations with the counterparts who would have reviewed the requests.
Thank you.
All right, other questions from council? Councilmember Matias.
You've heard the lineup, so here we go again. I'm gonna start with the first question for you. So, for both Ethos and Enough Housing, I was well aware of their connection to the community. In one instance, the developer went through a full process in '05, and then in the other, we have a resident who's been doing some work for some time to better understand the needs of the community. And so I'm going to start with the community engagement question first. Can you describe succinctly what community engagement work you've done to engage not just the residents to see whether or not they would entertain participating in this project, making use of this project, as well as the broader business community given its location?
So primarily, we have been closely working with a board who has been selected by Solano County as they are contracted out for behavioral health. And they do understand this population, and we have been closely working with them on this project. They are our service provider. They will be the one who will be providing wraparound services. They are the property manager as well. So they are intimately aware of the needs of the Solano County. That's one. Second, basically, we did reach out to Emery Cohen, who is the head of housing services at the Solano County, and that's how we got the behavioral health support for Solano County in general. We had another project we were pursuing in Vacaville in Solano County. So we are aware of those aspects in that. Third is our learning, and again, that's specific to the Solano County. Third, in general, what basically are the needs of the homeless and others across in the Bay Area. We have learned quite a bit when we were trying to implement the project in Oakland. And I know there is a difference between that population as well as this population, but it is in general sister counties, if I may say so. And there we have held meetings, we have tried to learn from the coordinated entry system director, we have tried to learn from the service providers there, or faith-based organizations, others who have been live-in experiences as well. So we have tried to do that. In terms of Solano County, we had tried to engage on another project as well. I think it was 3 years back for Home Key Round 3. We are trying to see if we can actually do an interim housing. And that time as well, we are trying to understand what were the pit counts, what are the way things are, and understand from existing service providers and get that information. So that's on that account.
Second question. So I saw the pictures up there with the governor. I want to understand how much experience do you actually have putting together these permanent supportive housing projects?
Yeah. So
how many of them? How many years? I know you listed all the years of experience your team has, but I'm very specifically looking at the experience with this type of project.
Right. So first, to broaden about the team, when I'm saying 1,000+ units, I think 30% of them are permanent supportive housing units. So when we are saying 1,000, 1,200, because those 1,200s are affordable housing could be just affordable housing or permanent supportive housing. So with our director of development, with Steven, like he has done so many of permanent supportive housing, including the 3 we are talking about from Home Key Round 1 to 3, which are completed. Personally, I actually come in my prior life from a technology background. I was trying to, basically I worked for Cisco Systems, did well there, consulted for different non-profits, for-profits, private equity firm, real estate, and did well for myself. 7 years ago, started devoting my time and money in non-profits through CRS, Community Resident Services, which actually has 30 communities across California. And 3 years ago, started this nonprofit with the people who are like-minded, have the vision, align with the mission, so that I can directly impact and give back to the community, which has helped me to do well. And we have the right set of people who have this experience across the board to do it multiple times on multiple occasions. Like Renaissance Park in San Jose, it's a 135-unit permanent supportive housing. Kathy got that funded through 4%, along with few other state and federal funds. It's pure PSH, all project-based vouchers for homeless, people with disability, people with mental health. It is in San Jose. It has been up and running for 3 years. That's one example. We did go and tour the Napa Valley, which our partner Abode has. We have looked at the ones which are done recently through round one. So there are several which our team has done, and I've tried to do as well.
And then the last question, when did you first engage city staff on this project? And have there been any pain points in the process? And that can be with city staff, or it could be with council, or both. I mean, I'm just trying to understand from the process standpoint.
Yeah. So I think it's a good question, and I know you've asked from each one of us. So of course, before starting to talk about the pain points, I think again I would like to thank the council, city manager, and the city staff to actually give this opportunity. So that just prove that what we were saying, what we were pushing for, saying that, hey guys, there is this opportunity. Do you want to have a special council meeting to allow us to come and present? So you did hear about that. We did reach out, or I did reach out, as well as others from my team reached out in December of last year. We did get time slots in meeting over January, February, March, April, May. We have tried to meet folks from the staff. We've tried to meet you. We have tried to engage with other council members. We have tried to, of course, meet city manager, and they have tried to provide the time which is available. I think what would have been good, because there was almost 5 months. 5 months is a reasonable time to do the due diligence. We did apply for the project-based vouchers in December, so we did have the cash flow. We did have the pro forma. We did list out the entitlement plan. We had a much more detailed zoning analysis of what it will take to get the ministerial approval for this project. So we had everything in place, submitted along with our project-based voucher submission, and which, according to the commission report for HCD commission report for HUD, it clearly states that we met the selection criteria, and I think that was the second project, apart from Broadway, which got the highest score. So we did have all the ingredients which were needed, including site control, including the money you need, including other things as well. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Bergenzer and then Councilmember Palmares.
Sure. Well, it's kind of the same questions. Who do you intend that will own this property when the project is completed?
Could you please repeat, sorry?
Who will own the property when
We will own. We will own. We are the developer and the owner.
Okay.
And we'll commit, sorry to say it that way, commit in possibly my blood that we'll run it for 55 years with the regulatory agreement and meeting the criteria which we will say we will meet for the nonprofit.
Okay. And then what type of financial contribution are you looking for from the city? What is
$0.
What is your overall, the total budget for your project is how much?
$26.8 million. Because of this property being large and the Home Key Plus allows $200K on the acquisition, we are able to get the entire funding from Home Key Plus itself for capital.
So you'll need $0 from the city?
From capital, yes.
Okay. And then will you have it fully funded before you start construction?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a few questions. You mentioned Abode as the property manager and service provider.
Yes.
How many personnel do you plan on hiring for that?
So we will have one property manager, half assistant manager, so 1.5 resources for property management, because it is 85 units. Of course, you'll say how half, they have communities nearby as well. We will have possibly 4 desk clerk / security manager. We will have a contract with security, which will basically be doing night shifts. During the nights, they will have few visits as well. We will have 1 maintenance person. We will have 3 to 4 or possibly 4.5 case manager / resident service coordinator / service provider, because we are providing those wrapped around services to the 85 units. And that's much more beyond what Home Key Plus minimum requirements are for this kind of population.
Okay, and that security, that's only at night?
So the security, the way we are dealing with it is, and we have seen this work out with other property management companies in affordable and especially permanent supportive housing, is to have a desk clerk who is basically looking at the security, like you will have security camera throughout, you have fencing throughout, you have control access, you have access control, and then those desk clerks' job is for desk clerk / security, and that's 24/7. So by 4 people, you can have 8-hour shifts all 7 days, basically.
I see. Okay. And
we can share the details. We have put together a clear plan on which this person is doing the security, because we have seen that coming as a question, and many of the other nonprofits are actually learning from this and delivering this, because it's important. You have to have security both for the people who are there, people who might try to come and create nuisance, and for the businesses or residents who might be nearby.
yeah, exactly. I mean, the last thing I want are dead zones where there are no security, and that's unsuitable for me. You mentioned robust assets that you invested into this project. So without HomeKey, what's your alternative financial model at that point? Like, how far can you get along with just your own money, and what will be your alternative plan to this?
So with any PSH, or with any affordable housing, you do need some level of federal or state money, because just for affordable housing, forget even PSH, which is much lower money you can get from the individuals who are living in. It won't pencil out unless you have some form of subsidization. In case of PSH, it is worse, because as we were talking about earlier, and sorry to correct someone, these HomeKey Plus submissions have to have 30% AMI. You cannot have 30% or 80%. Its submission itself is 30% AMI. So with 30% AMI, you actually would need grants to actually make it happen. You cannot do it by funds as well. So I think for us, HomeKey Plus would be the right path to go, but we can make some things work with a 4% submission as well.
So in terms of sustainability, because it's 30% AMI, after this, how long can you go? Like, what is your path for sustainability?
So with based on project-based vouchers,
Yeah.
as well as, and one more correction, HomeKey used to give 3 years. HomeKey Plus can give you up to 5 years. You can utilize those 5 years up to 10 years. And in addition to those 10 years, we are committing as California Supportive Housing that we look for Medicaid, CalAIM, we look for behavioral health to June 2026. That funding is coming along, which is for operating such HomeKey Plus or others. We are going to look into those. So, but committing to any gap which might be there from 11th to 15th year, along with project-based vouchers, the numbers work, and we can readily share what we shared with project-based vouchers, but it is refined slightly.
And are you worried about the forthcoming budget cuts?
Yes, but I think...
So that's a loaded question, so...
Fair enough. Every nonprofit or every affordable housing developer is worried about that. Is Housing Authority worried about the project-based vouchers and cuts? They are. But what is being told is that is going to impact each and every one. And we should look at the project on its own merit in that respect versus those things which might change and impact the whole industry.
Yeah. And are you planning on applying for LIHTC?
Yes, that's what I was considering as 4%. But if we are able to get HomeKey Plus, our predominant funding would be that. But at some point, we can apply for LIHTC, because after 5-10 years, with the PSH, you might need to have more infusion of funds as well. But you're spot on.
Yep. And last question. So I know we're kind of doing this weirdly backwards because you haven't really gone through planning. But how far along are you with pre-development? I mean, have you engaged the planning staff? I think Councilmember Martinez already asked this, but I mean, where are you with your own application?
Yeah. So we have not yet submitted anything to planning yet.
Okay.
What we have done is we have understood your zoning laws. We have understood what is allowed, what is not allowed. We are going to utilize HomeKey Plus, as well as, I think it is AB 2162. We can also apply SB 35 and others. We are eligible for those, which will allow us for ministerial approval, which is in 30 days. just to state, in Oakland, we got in record time entitlement in 60 days.
Yeah.
So we are aware what we are doing, and we would be able to apply that. On top of that, I think I had talked with Caesar he's in one of the planners for one of the other projects 2 years back on zoning, so we do understand what would be required to actually get the entitlement.
And how many hotel conversions have you done?
So as California Supportive Housing, Oakland is our first one. As all our team, we have done several. Just as Stephen has done 4.
Several. So like fewer than 10?
Yes.
Okay.
Hotel conversions, yeah, fewer than 10.
Okay.
But PSH, much more than 10. We can give you the list.
Great. All right. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to finish up the first round of comments from council with Councilmembers Ledeju and Matulik, and then we'll come back to Councilmember Gordon.
Can someone clarify, ACM, were they awarded project-based vouchers?
Good evening, Council and Mayor. No, this applicant was not awarded, and the reason they weren't awarded is because none of the funding was in place yet. They did have some very strong scores in some of the areas, but without the funding, it's one of the requirements of the PBVs, and you can't move forward. It's a non-responsive application. And I do know that they were notified. I did actually just double check today to make sure that all those notifications that were sent out, and I did look at them and they were timely, and they did list the reason, and they did communicate, the Housing Authority, Housing Department, excuse me, did communicate that to the applicant.
Okay.
So I'd like to add one thing to that if I
So
may.
can I finish? Thank you. So, as my colleague asked, because I know this for a fact, project-based vouchers are a sustainable way of ensuring that these projects are affordable and deeply affordable. And so without the project-based vouchers, how do you propose to go forward?
So we don't think we don't have project-based vouchers. And we can clarify that either here or separately to the staff. The email which was sent out to us communicating that we do not have the vouchers simply said that we do not have funding, and that's why our application is incomplete. If you look at the RFP, it doesn't document anywhere lack of funding makes an application incomplete. Only thing it does is takes away 10 points or does not give you 10 points. Second is, the Housing Authority went ahead and presented HCD update to HUD update to HCD on 3/10/2025, which is 1 month, 7 days after supposed intimation to us that we were rejected, that California Supportive Housing has been awarded 85 vouchers on this location. So it was already given to HCD on 3/10/2025. We have no communication after that saying that we were not given. We have no details of why and how we scored and did not meet the threshold. Even in that communication or the HCD report, it clearly states that we have met the selection criteria and the threshold as well.
Let me clarify, and I'm happy to meet offline with you to explain this as well, but just so that the council understands. So we have an administrative plan that we update, throughout the year. And in that administrative plan, we did list several projects that were in process and being reviewed for PBVs, but that doesn't create an approval just by being in the administrative plan. It's a guidance document, and it shows what staff is working on and what those goals are moving forward. What entails an approval is that the application is submitted, reviewed by the review panel, and then it comes to the Housing Commission for review and analysis and recommendation, and then it comes to the Housing Authority Board, who then approves via resolution for the applicant and staff to move forward into a HAP contract. That contract then goes to HUD, and then HUD gives the approvals. So just because it's listed in a plan is not an approval. The approval process is Housing Commission, Housing Authority Board, and then through HUD. This project didn't make it past Housing Commission, so those resolutions and that approval process did not happen, did not take place.
So my question again is, without those project-based vouchers, how will you make this project work over the long term?
So I'll try to answer that.
Remember, no, I really want to be very clear because I'm very adept in what she's talking about. I understand it fully. So without those vouchers, how will you make this project pencil out from a long-term perspective? Because you're going to be the owner-operator. You're going to apply for LIHTC. You will be responsible for that property, keeping it deeply affordable. And I know for a fact it takes a subsidy such as a project-based voucher to do that. So that again is my question very clearly. Without those vouchers, how will you make this project pencil out over the long term?
We will not be able to make it pencil out without the vouchers, but we still contest that vouchers were given to us. Again, as you pointed out, that you mentioned that in that planning report, it was said that these projects are in process of review. The wording used clearly is the two awardees of those projects are these people. This is the amount of vouchers which were given, but we can take it offline if required to understand what it is. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that response. And I want to bring another point because I find this, I don't appreciate it, and I'm going to say this publicly. I was told that you had spoken to me regarding this project, and I don't recall speaking to you about this project, and I do not appreciate being misrepresented that I approve this project. Specifically, this project is not in my district, and without talking to my colleague around this project and what the belief is around the community's belief around this project, I would not opine. And it would definitely have to come before the board. So I do want to put that on the record.
So I'll also like to add that I did not state that I had met with you at all, because we have not talked. We have never talked with each other. Ankit Panchal had reached out to you about this project and talked with you. I had not. And I do not think I misstated saying that I had talked with her.
Mayor, can I chime in?
Yeah, go ahead.
We did meet on 2 occasions. You told me you had a walkthrough with the vice mayor and you had engaged Councilmember Letterju, and they were both supportive of the project on 2 occasions. I promptly went and notified them, and I said this should come, and I told you when we met the second time, this should come before the whole council. Twice. And I did approach you on both occasions and let you know that that was what he stated, correct?
So I have a clarification. Did Ankit Panchal talk with you about this project?
I don't recall talking about this project in his district, to be really frank with you. I do not recall. And so when it was stated to me, I was really puzzled that that was stated. And again, if I'm mistaken, that individual who spoke with me, then they can come and talk with me.
Sure.
All right, I'm going to go over to Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think the previous council members did ask pretty much my question about the funding, because it seemed like there was because when you hear something about no funding required from the city or the county, too good to be true kind of thing, and I'm hearing that there's some subtle nuances to that statement. And with that being said, and correct if I'm wrong, based on Gillian's statement today, is that there's potentially only 70 PBVs even available between 1, 2, or 3 of these projects, and they're all relying on these PBVs to even fund these things. That brings into question of how can we fund one or even any of these, or how are they? So in other words, that goes to Councilmember Letterju's question is, if you're not getting these PVVs, how are any of these projects going to be able to fund? Which I'm hearing the answer is that none of it will pencil out at some point without these. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear that I'm understanding that. And so that was basically my primary question was the whole funding source and the whole PVV thing. So I think I have a little bit of clarification, but it sounds like there's still some questions about about the whole funding thing throughout this project and all the other projects of what's eventually going to be able to pencil out and what's fact versus fiction and what's projected versus what's reality in some cases. So I just want to make sure when we have that conversation at the end is that we have that clear understanding of where the funding source, because the ultimate question to all of these is when we look at this resolution, all three resolutions, if you go to item number 5, notwithstanding the above, in the event that full funding of this project is not secured prior to the date of acceptance of Home Key, where do we go from there? From the city. So I just want to have that clear that from this resolution, all three projects are required to show full funding prior to this acceptance of the Home Key. So I just want to make sure we're all clear and understanding of that.
Through the mayor, really quickly. Councilmember Matulik, just remember there are two forms of vouchers that we're talking about. VASH vouchers are very different. Okay, I just want to make sure, and project-based vouchers. And it is true, there's only so many PPVs and yeah, so, yeah.
Just one clarification, if I may add to the point which was made by the council member, is like, for example, Broadway project. It was funded in round 2, and the vouchers are awarded or are being awarded now, which is several years after, because it cannot use the vouchers up until it has acquired, up until it has constructed, up until it is occupying. To the point you made, the Home Key Plus or any Home Key requirement is, if you are committing to the capital dollars, are those capital dollars, the matching dollars, are there or not? If there are certain assumptions on operating subsidy or others, are they viable or not? Because some of those could be that, for example, if we say that those project-based vouchers are not there, say 85, but could they be there in 2 years from now by the time we will be able to occupy? In our case, to the question you had asked a few times from others in terms of timeline, we usually entitle the project before actually acquiring the property. So as soon as the award is given, there is at least 60 days, sometimes it could be 120 days, 150 days by the time standard agreement gets signed. And in that period, you can get the entitlement done. And that actually doesn't count for the time you are given for the 12 months. And I'm just trying to explain the timeline. And then as soon as you acquire, you can start the construction and then hit your 12-month milestone and hit your 15-month milestone. So from that perspective, we are projecting to have occupancy end of next year. And that's first few, that's when we might need those project-based vouchers, if any. And we are also requesting for 5 years of operating subsidy from the HCD, from the Home Key Plus, which we would be entitled if we say that, hey, we like the way you guys gave Broadway a letter that there is a possibility to get project-based vouchers in the future, then we would be able to meet that. But other council member said clearly these don't pencil out without project-based vouchers or sustainable operating subsidy.
So I want to make a comment through the chair.
Go ahead.
And our ACM, if she would like, she can chime in as well. When we consider financing through project-based vouchers, a housing authority has to also consider the history of their budget, and we have to consider what is going on today at the federal government. And I will tell you, and I know you know this or should know this, that every housing authority in the nation is being funded on a prior year budget, not their current year budget, and it doesn't include any voucher that was let in 24 because we're only getting basically 23 budget. And so in this administration, it's very difficult to say, I'm going to give you 100 project-based vouchers in 2 years. And so those are things that I believe that our housing authority really has to consider when we're talking about, can I fund a project in a year? That's 12 months from now. We have literally 4 years in our current administration, and there are major cuts to our housing authority budgets. And every housing authority is trying to figure out how it's going to make up that gap for their funding. So I just really, I want to say that publicly because it's really important. And I want to be careful how you're stating that and what it means in this current administration and what it means potentially for the housing authority. And if our ACM wants to add to that, I invite her to do so.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. I agree with everything and her professional expertise that she's just stated. We're headed into shortfall more than likely next year or the year after just because of these reasons. We're operating on a 23 budget and 24 we have more vouchers. That's why I really don't feel comfortable recommending more vouchers and going to try to get approval from HUD, which we may or may not get to increase beyond the 200 because we don't even know if we can afford the 200 in 2 years from now. So we want to be more conservative about that. We want to be conservative with our budgets. We want to ensure that we can continue operating the housing choice voucher and the project-based voucher for our community, and we don't want to overextend ourselves. So I agree with everything you said. Well stated. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to go back to Councilmember Gordon very briefly. And I believe, Gillian, she wants you to stay at the mic based on her body language.
Thank you. Yes. I thought I heard you say that this did not get approved by our commissioners.
Correct. So this project did not go through the Housing Commission recommendation, and the Housing Authority Board, which is you all plus one, did not approve this project to move forward for the HAP agreement with HUD. Correct.
So this would be when I was serving as commissioner?
No, this was after you. This was in the prior round, not the most recent round that's coming to commission tomorrow, but that prior round.
Thought so. So thank you. Did they say why it didn't? Maybe
Yes.
I misheard you.
Yes, so the funding for the project wasn't put in place, and to the same conversation we're having here, the regulations on moving forward with a project-based voucher requires that the project is funded. What they could do is come back in a year or two when they're further along in construction and in the project process, and if there is an RFP and if there are vouchers available at that time, they can absolutely apply. But right now, they had zero funding to move their project forward. So HUD won't approve that because it's a maybe project and then it could sit in limbo for 1, 2, 4 years, we don't know. So there are certain milestones that have to be met in order to move forward with that HAP agreement with HUD.
And that's what I'm worried about. I mean, in my district alone, we have so many projects that look like it could go forward, or like it started, didn't finish, got tore down, something else is there, and that's what I don't want to see. Mm-hmm. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, I think with that, we will close this. Thank you again so much for your presentation, for answering our questions, and I'm going to go ahead and maybe reset us. I think we should take our public comment and then do one round of going through each of us kind of giving our gut on what we think the go forward plan should be, and then maybe once we all speak we can find the similarities and try to come up with a plan. So let's go ahead and call our public commenters.
Okay, our first speaker is Paula Connolly.
And how many do we have while we...
Sorry, we have a total of 4 in-house.
We have 4, and I'm assuming we have some online too, Manny, right? Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Whew. No money down, financing available, se habla español. I see a lot of developers here that want to make money off Vallejo, but I'd like to be a voice of tax-paying residents. Where's our forensic audit? Citizens voted for change. Our new council's committed to trust, transparency, and accountability. On this agenda, you're contemplating putting the same staff in charge of new projects when they grossly mismanaged projects in the past. This does not build trust. I think we're all aware of the catastrophic outcomes of the Navigation Center and the Broadway projects, which to date have cost taxpayers millions more than projected in delays, and to date neither is open. Here we are being asked again for the same staff to be in the same position, and even contemplating this in a special meeting is quite extraordinary when our financial house is not in order. And again, short notice. Another let's say yes and hope we find the money. All that capital match. Regarding one of the projects in this proposal on Enterprise Street, again, District 4, is tonight's meeting the public outreach? If it is, short notice is unacceptable. Will residents and businesses in that area have a say in whether they are okay with this project, or is this staff's summation of an acceptable site? It's easy for staff to look at a map in the city and pin in potential sites without thinking of the ramifications of people living there. These are our neighborhoods and business areas, not just a location staff finds acceptable. Locals should have a say in this. Will this be a sober facility? With no sober requirements, it will bring drugs to the area. I'm sure this will be a real great bonus to the Vine Trail bringing tourism in. Enterprise is less than half a mile from the Navigation Center on Broadway and a mile from the Broadway project. This creates a very concentrated area of homeless services. The residents in that area have been affected by large encampments for years and still deal with it with white slough. It's not right to burden areas incessantly. The Admiral Apartments concern for the area's business, but it's not a problem to have our downtown businesses deal with this horrific encampment that's been going on forever. I ask you to take on no new applications and projects until a forensic audit has been done. Finish the projects that are open. The forensic audit was a major point in the election and a vital component in getting our city's finances on track. Due diligence should be implemented, not postponed. And anything moving forward should have performance metrics. If staff drops the ball on any of these projects and citizens have to go without yet again, that person should be fired. This would go a long way towards trust, transparency, and accountability. I would also do some serious vetting of some of the people here tonight. Do some Google searches. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is William Baker, and Mayor, the list has grown to 7 speakers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is William Baker. I have researched and reported on the Homekey Broadway project since spring of 2022. Yesterday, I shared a report with you on the 3 Homekey Plus projects under consideration tonight. As noted in my report, these 3 project sponsors should have been rejected out of hand and never placed before the Council. Ordinary desktop screening and perhaps a field trip to one of the purported projects would show that these businesses have no track record of developing what they are proposing. It is not because the opportunities are without merit, nor that housing for the unhoused is unneeded. It is because the applicants are not qualified. As stated in my report, none of the applicants before you this evening has experience developing their proposed projects. Based on the information provided, none of these applicants are qualified, even compared to Firm Foundation Community Housing in 2022. 3 years ago, numerous members of the public voiced their concerns before the Council, saying that even that business did not have the right stuff to act as the Broadway project developer. They were correct, and the city has spent the last 3 years conducting a $30 million adult education program for that unrepentant and recalcitrant project developer. It would be incorrect to say that the city has not done enough. Few cities or counties have succeeded with their unhoused issue. The city has already done more than it can, and more than its Solano County siblings. In the Broadway project and Navigation Center, the city has already undertaken a massive responsibility for which the unhoused of Vallejo and Solano County will benefit. And for that, I congratulate you. Vallejo has already done much, particularly compared with its more financially endowed Solano siblings, Vacaville and Fairfield. The Homekey Plus project in Vacaville was rejected last month by the City Council. You may be told that Vallejo has not done enough. Well, at least Vallejo has done something. I wrote to you yesterday evening respectfully suggesting that the City Council focus on completing its 2 projects on Broadway, and then employ a housing development officer before looking at any other opportunities. So before you take on other projects, please focus on developing what you have and make it the best and most sustainable that you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liat Meitzenheimer.
Good evening, Leah Meitzenheimer. I think what's apparent is that the city for decades has not been serious about building any affordable housing. I'm going to talk about a little bit of history. I can go back further, but I choose to just talk about my work with Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition. In 2019, the then council made it a priority to come up with a housing strategy. And so they hired a consultant. We had focus groups that we met with. And we were concerned because the focus group that we met with, there were 3 housing advocates. The rest of the room was business people and real estate agents. So we're saying, how is that equitable when you have just a few people that are housing advocates as opposed to business people? Who are you actually listening to? The then council directed staff to meet with Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition so that we could have a further discussion about some ideas on affordable housing. And at that time, we were working on community land trust. And so we met with the housing director and gave a short description of the work that we were doing. She wanted more information, and so she said, okay, so we'll be in contact with you and talk about this. Well, we never got that phone call. So then we met again with the city, and we started talking about, we want to do this project. We want to learn about what it would take for the city to give permits to split a lot, because we were talking about buying homes and then splitting the lot so that we would have 2 homes on there. We didn't ask the city for any money. We had $2.5 million on the table that we were willing to spend to purchase homes for the community land trust. We just needed the information from planning. After a couple of weeks of waiting, not hearing anything, we follow up with them again, and they said, well, we really don't know. So our best advice is just go ahead and purchase the house, and then we could see how long it's going to take. That wasn't going to work. So then we again engaged with the city, or talking to the city manager, then city manager, and staff. So we had 2 meetings that we brought up the community land trust. The 3rd meeting was set up. They sent us back to get more information, which we provided. We spent countless hours putting the project together and the report together, specifically for what the city had asked for. And at that meeting, people were busy and couldn't meet. We said, okay, well, when are we going to reschedule the meeting? And they said, the city's not interested. So we were trying to figure out, okay, why did you have us put this information together if the city wasn't interested? And by whose authority was the city not interested? Because we hadn't even got past the city manager.
Time.
And talking, I'm just a couple of seconds more. Talk with the city manager. City manager act like he didn't know anything about what happened. So this is the constant frustration that we have, is that we go through, and ghosting is a good term, trying to meet with the city, trying to talk with officials, trying to do it the right way, and then not getting any response. Okay. But this is all part of why we say the city is not serious about building affordable housing.
And we'll have to, I got to keep it equitable, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leslie Janik.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, city manager, and city staff. My name is Leslie Janik, and I serve as the CEO of the Solano Community Foundation. I appreciate the opportunity to bring philanthropy into the community conversation. At Solano Community Foundation, we are guided by a mission to strengthen the well-being of Solano County residents by supporting nonprofit organizations, civic leadership, and community initiatives that create lasting, meaningful impact. We are deeply committed to helping build a more equitable and thriving Vallejo. In early March of this year, Enough Housing approached the foundation to explore a potential fiscal sponsorship for the Legacy Village at Maria's Place project. This visionary initiative aims to develop permanent supportive housing that integrates wraparound services, community health, and pathways to economic inclusion. It addresses some of the most pressing challenges facing Vallejo and the broader region, especially in the areas of housing, stability, and opportunity. The Solano Community Foundation is actively developing a fiscal sponsorship framework to support this effort. Our intent is to provide infrastructure for philanthropic donations, donor-advised contributions, and most importantly, a financial stewardship ensuring transparency, accountability for all funds received, distributed, including public grant dollars. Among the fund objectives currently under development with the project team are one fund to support pre-development and potential gap financing, and another aligned with the proposed Guarantee Basic Income pilot program. The GBI component reflects a bold and forward-looking investment in dignity and economic mobility for future residents, one that complements housing and stability and opportunity. We believe Legacy Village holds the promise to becoming a replicable model for housing and healing, an example what's possible when public, private, and philanthropic sectors align around shared purpose. We are especially invested in the opportunity for Vallejo to lead the way as a flagship site for this model with potential for replication throughout Solano County. Tonight, I respectfully encourage the council to provide timely and tangible support, whether through resolution, documentation, or co-application opportunities. As the Community Foundation serving all of Solano County, we view this as a unique and timely opportunity. We urge you to meet the moment with clarity, collaboration, and courage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathleen Diohep. I hope that's how you pronounce your name. Diohep.
Close enough. Hi, this is Kathleen Dihep. I was last here, I think, when you authorized the MRG report, or the prior council. And at the point in time, I wanted to stress, can't us take away from the fact that the projects we've done in the last few years have gone badly, that you never do affordable housing again. Affordable housing is hard to do. And I came tonight thinking I'd be advocating. I really do think motel reuse is a good way to get single room occupants, small units in use, and won't do it. But with respect to the Motel 6 project, it wasn't clear to me the city doesn't ever want to take on to be the owner. If that nonprofit isn't going to step up and own it, I wouldn't recommend you go that way. And then the second project, Councilmember Gordon, you were when I saw this on Admiral Callahan, I also thought it was that hotel by the diner. It is not. It's the one back where AAA is. So it's actually one of our nicer motels, the conversion. So I couldn't really follow what had happened in the past with the city staff on the project-based vouchers. I thought that team looked like they'd had a lot of experience, but it was hard to tell. And then on the first project presented, they'd never done affordable housing. I don't think they could get it together fast enough. You don't want to do that. But I guess I'm here today to say it would not be bad policy for you to say, no, we have to sit it out this round. And you and the staff may know more about each of those projects. I mean, it's a good thing the Solano Community Foundation is backing it. And I could see you going forward with either or both of the motel conversion projects saying, well, the state has a whole lot of money out there. If we don't put our hand out now, we're not ever going to get any. So I don't feel like this was a rush process in some sense. I really appreciate the transparency, and I appreciate the sophistication of the questions coming from the dais and from the staff, but, and I don't think it's the right answer either to say staff stopped this, staff got in the way, or that it was staff's fault, these other projects. People do the best they can. You've had a lot of turnover. And we do need more housing, and converting existing buildings is a good way, cost-effective way to get it. So I don't know if I have a specific recommendation, but those are my thoughts after sitting through this tonight. Oh, the one thing I would mention is I served on the Planning Commission when we did the general plan. We did re-indicate we wanted to add housing to Northgate. It wasn't designed to be an all-business district. So that was one of the changes in the zoning plan. So I think, I mean, your staff can speak to it, but a couple of your council members were on the Planning Commission with me at that point in time. So getting housing up there, I'm not sure people with no disposable income is exactly what supports our commercial district, but it was not thought to be a mixed area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Desmond Jeffries.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members of the City of Vallejo.
And if you'd like,
my
you
name
can
is Desmond Jeffries.
you can raise the podium if you want the
I'm
toggle on
fine.
alert. All right.
Oh, thank you, though.
We'll give you a few extra seconds
My
if you
name is
need it.
Desmond Jeffries. I am a project management consultant working with the Legacy Village at Maria's Place and with the development team. The focus of Enough Housing is on the intersections of housing, health, and workforce ensuring that our investments...
Could you get a little closer to the mic? Sorry. Could you get a little closer to the mic? I don't know.
Okay,
Thank you.
Focus.
We'll give you a few extra seconds. Don't worry.
Thank you. I'll start out. The focus of Enough Housing is on the intersections of housing, health, and workforce, ensuring that our investments not only meet the critical social need, but also stimulate long-term local economic growth. One of the things we aim is economic development is about community vitality. Permanent supportive housing isn't just about a humanitarian effort, it is an economic strategy. When we house people with services, we reduce emergency room visits, decrease interactions with law enforcement, and cut down the revolving door of homelessness. But more importantly, we unlock potential. We make it possible for people to stabilize, engage, train, work, and contribute to our local economy. The next thing, the power of health and workforce integration. Legacy Village isn't just a housing project, it's a community development hub. We are integrating CalAIM-funded health services, behavioral health supports, and workforce pipelines in partnership with groups like Caminar, Solano Impact Care, and the Solano Workforce Development Board. These services will help residents secure employment, manage chronic health conditions, and connect to educational and job training opportunities, all within the walking distance of the site. When we anchor our community members in stability, we increase local spending power. We reduce the blight trauma that often hold back neighborhood investment. Projects like Legacy Village have been shown to increase safety, improve property values, and attract adjacent development like small businesses, grocery stores, and childcare, and more. By supporting this project, Vallejo has a chance to signal to the state, to developers and philanthropists that we were serious about equitable development. Closing, I urge you to back this project not just as a housing initiative, but as a strategic investment in Vallejo's future. Legacy Village is what inclusive economic development looks like. With your support, we can prove that Vallejo is ready to lead. My name is Desmond Jeffries. I was also the former policy director for that large council district in the city of Oakland. And projects like this is what Home Key was made for during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sunil Khatri.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Let me first clarify our hotel the hotel that's on by AAA is not the project that they talked about today. So I just wanted to clarify that. I'm the property owner for that hotel as well. So I didn't want to have our property. Our property is great. We don't want to do anything with that. So I've been a Solano County resident for almost 11 years, and you know I'm one of the owners for the Enterprise project, the legacy project that we're doing here. And I want to say I've been part of the community for almost 11 to 12 years with working with, Visit Vallejo, the Chamber of Commerce, with Kerry Baldwin and Mike Brown. I miss them. They're retired now, and I work with Kirk Smith and with the Chamber of Commerce and stuff. So this project, I feel like it's something that it's going to really help our community. I'm always going to be part of this community. I'm not leaving. I have other hotels in Solano County, and it's something that I feel like some kind of legacy I want to leave. I've been in the industry for almost 30 years, so and hospitality is something that we do, and I think this is something of a project that would help the community, and I feel like it was going to be great to support what we really need in our area, and just feel like that I would like to get to know all your council members that are here and have an opportunity to speak to you in person, because I'm part of the community. I may also be reinvesting after this project is completed to something else that's coming up anytime in the future. So I'm here. That's all. I just wanted to be here. As being one of the owners of the property, I feel like it's good that I give my input as being here to talk about it, and and any questions you guys have, I'm more than happy to ever talk to you guys. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, before we go on to the online speakers, I was wondering if we could go back to Ms. Leott's comment about not being able to meet with the city, and I would like clarification, because if that has not happened, I was on the council that wanted that to happen, and so if that has not happened, I'd like to have that scheduled. Otherwise, I would like her to come and present directly to the council. So can we make sure that that is addressed?
Yes, if the request is to meet with the speaker to discuss land trust, community land trust, then we're happy to do that, certainly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Oh. All right, let's go ahead and call the online speakers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have about 6 speakers currently. We'll start with Ann C. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Council, and everybody who's in the audience there. Ann Carr. I really find it difficult to believe that we're even having this conversation about Project Home Key Plus grants, where the grant application is due in 9 working days if you approved it tonight. That is not enough time. Period. End of story. It doesn't really even matter what else you look at. So that's number one. Number two, we have heard over and over and over that Vallejo in general, the city of Vallejo, does not have enough staff to handle the projects it has. And proof in point, we are still waiting for an actual open date for the Navigation Center and for the Broadway project. As far as I'm concerned, unless and until those projects are completed and open, forget about it. Let's actually finish something that we've started and apply the lessons. And one of the lessons we should have applied from those particular projects is to make sure that everything is lined up and vetted in advance. Already in the staff report, it said that there's not enough time for staff to do due diligence, that they'll have to look at things after the application is submitted. They don't even know if there's a penalty if they miss or don't proceed, should they get an award. There's so many variables. I just look at this and I go, are you insane? The big value I can see with this particular hearing is that you might have learned about projects for the next round of funding, if there's going to be one. But to try to approve anything based on today, I think is completely insane. I will also say that we have asked the council many, many times to stop concentrating homeless services in District 4, which is where we have a very high concentration of services and large encampments now, and it's too much of a burden. Unless and until all districts in the city start supporting our unhoused population, it's unfair and inequitable and also unproductive and unsuccessful to concentrate your lowest income residents in one area. It's just too much of a burden. So from there, you could look into the backgrounds of these organizations, what kind of funding they have, if any. It sounds like they're all requiring project-based vouchers that are insufficient for what they require, for what they need. How much experience, if any, do they have as those organizations are constituted, which it sounds like zero. So this is a non-starter as far as I'm concerned.
All right, thank you.
Next speaker, the people. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You're good to go, the people. Going once.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, in agreement with many speakers, this definitely feels like a Hail Mary to get this home key funding, which I can appreciate the desire to want to get the subsidy and the support, but it is just much too rushed. I think speaking to Councilmember Matthias's question to the procedurals, I think the procedural aspect of these projects, I think timing and rush has always been a factor here. Nearly every housing project that's come before this council has been presented in a rushed manner, in a rushed timeline. Those rushed projects landed us into the Navigation Center and Broadway projects. Even as far as existing orgs and folks who are doing work around unhoused and housing, like Vallejo Housing Justice, Vallejo Homeless Union, Poor Magazine, and the Homefulness Project. The RFPs that y'all had asked for in the winter time, I think one of the presenters had even mentioned the time frame for that was insanely short turnaround. It gave no one. We had personally, folks in our community had little more than 2 days notice about the RFPs, and there was already past the submission deadline for the questionnaire that was supposed to be submitted. So even the timeliness factor around y'all asking for solutions from providers and community-based organizations was just unreasonable. And then two, I think it goes back to, the people have come to this council demanding a comprehensive plan around housing the unhoused, asking for no new failed projects while there's still needed accountability for the Navigation Center and the Broadway project as far as the protocol to open, or when it's going to open, the protocol, who's running it, which is how we come to 3 presentations from orgs with Hail Mary plays, but no hometown players who haven't done enough community engagement to even know how people in our community feel about organizations like Keminar and Abode, who have already been tapped to support this challenge that we have with housing and have been lacked delivery. So we support not asking for any of these home key monies because this is all too rushed. And it's giving deja vu from these previous projects. There was a sustainability question that Councilmember Ledeju brings up. And the sustainability factor, all of these project-based vouchers, all these plans are dependent on them. What really needs to be done is to be looking at models of sustainability, such as the Homefulness Project supported by Poor Magazine, that already has 16 townhomes housing 23 people, rent-free forever. So we've presented these options to y'all multiple times, and we just implore you to look into them.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next speaker, Sabre Jackson, by all means. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. This is Esprit Jackson. I am the chair of the Housing Commission. And I want to first thank the City Council. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, for having this meeting tonight. And thank you, the entire team, for being so transparent. My comment on this evening, as I listened to all the players and wanted to get a better handle on just the tone of where the community lands in this conversation, is commenting very shortly, city council members, that this conversation needed to happen because I think there is a duality of doing things timely as well as getting things done. Given the fact that the funding may or may not be cut in the near future is something for the commission to be, for the city council to be aware of. I do think that while I have worked very hard to be responsive on all levels, there's still more to do. And I think that's a charge I just want to put out to not just the city council, but to everyone in attendance. If we could just stop a project to do evaluation, we would not be as responsive as we need to be for the people that are still looking for housing. Being a veteran here, both my husband and I are both veterans, living here for over 20 years, putting my military career in the space of giving back to the community. I really do want to push us for more transparency. I want to push us for more accountability, and I want to push us for delivering on the promises that we've made, but that also includes making housing affordable and available. So I don't think I have so much as a recommendation to city council as I have a vote of my support. Either way you vote, there's support from the city commission around housing. We want to make all decisions that reflect our community. But I want to ask you, all of us, to stretch ourselves a little bit more, right? Because there's more to do. And I want to ask us to stretch ourselves a little bit more in being responsive. And I ask whatever decision you make this evening for it to be respectful of all the players in our city, and that there is accountability both now and in the future, that we no longer just make decisions and walk away from them, but we try to ensure that there is accountability throughout the process. So that is my ask of city council tonight. Whatever your resolution is, build it in the beginning so we don't have to clean it up in the end. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Do we have any other online speakers?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have 3 other online speakers and 1 late in-person speaker. Mei Ling, you have the floor.
Thank you, City Council. Good evening, council members. My name is Mei Ling Garcia. I am a city commissioner, but tonight I'm speaking in my personal capacity as a local Vallejo resident, a professional in the field of local government, and the life partner of Melvin Cowan, all of which I share in the spirit of transparency as opposed to speaking anonymously. Professionally, I've worked in local governments in the Bay Area and now professionally coach and advise city officials and local governments nationally and internationally on government operations, technology, and innovative improvements. I offer this background to make transparent, to inform, not replace my voice as a resident and an expert who deeply believes in the importance of affordable housing. This application is the beginning of a conversation, not the end of it. Moving forward with an application while continuing due diligence are not mutually exclusive acts. There are many opportunities to shape and improve projects as they move forward. With that in mind, I offer 4 points. 1, I understand the desire for additional review, but we currently don't have a housing development officer, and securing a consultant takes months and months, during which the number of housing insecure residents will continue to grow. I just note with appreciation that we're fortunate to have people like Councilmember Ledeju and people on the dais and other people in our community whose background brings valuable perspective to this conversation that we've heard this evening. So given this picture, when the mechanisms for more review do not exist, let's be careful to not use this lack of process to delay and not ever decide. 2, I also invite us to reflect on how scrutiny is applied. Newer developers, particularly those who don't come from traditional networks, are often held to higher standards than those with inherited access, despite bringing hundreds of years of experience and a wealth of credentials. That's not about measurable qualifications. That is about personal comfort. These teams blend local expertise and national recognition that they can bring to our city and be applied to Vallejo projects. 3, while district impacts matter, housing instability does not observe district lines. A citywide issue requires a citywide response, not a scattershot strategy that hasn't demonstrated efficacy to date. Fourth, our council and our community should be cautious about adopting the federal government's posture and aligning with their position. A government that is at present deprioritized investments to these types of housing projects while pushing responsibilities onto cities and states. If we also adopt that approach and do not act, our residents will carry the cost. The good news is Vallejo has the resources and the opportunity, and I hope we choose to act. Thank you so much all for your time and the rigor of this conversation.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Andrew Becker. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you. Andrew Becker, independent consultant for affordable housing development here in the Bay Area. You know, listening to this conversation, which has been quite robust tonight, and I apologize, I was there at the meeting earlier tonight, but had to leave. And, you know, listening to this conversation, it reminded me that last weekend I was at my niece's soccer game, and as the game is coming to a close and their team is down, she's struggling to have the energy to keep going. And her coach and her family, all of us are encouraging her to keep going, to keep going. The game isn't over. And I think the same ties in here for Homekey. A lot can be said in 3 minutes. You have to choose your words carefully. And I'll say that we have to follow that same spirit and understand that Homekey is not gone. I'm working with CSH on a Homekey pursuit over in Contra Costa County in the city of Antioch. And we are facing similar struggles, both in the dollars and in the time. And I don't think that that's atypical across the state. But you have to understand that Homekey is not just a fourth round of funding for permanent supportive housing, but a component of your state initiative, Proposition 1. Dollars that were specifically meant for individuals with behavioral health and mental health needs, unhoused individuals, chronically homeless, state definitions. Looking at your point in time count and then driving through your community, and there, even in your downtown district, you see the need. We understand at a state level that these dollars are not going to continue existing. Within the last week alone, the state brought forward a revised budget that does not show any future Homekey rounds, and in fact shows cuts to programs here at a state level. So does that mean you give up today? You throw in the towel? Or does it mean you race faster to the finish line to grab those dollars from the state that are yours, that belong to you, the city of Vallejo, and more importantly, the community residents and taxpayers? Fight for your constituents, fight for your individuals unhoused on the streets, and work with these service providers too in the conversion acquisition models that show the ability to really bring some advancement to your point in time count needs. It is close to the deadline, but they do seem well prepared and equipped. Give them the resources and see what it can do for your city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 2 more online speakers. Crystal Gallegos, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Cristal Gallegos. I'm a housing justice advocate fighting for very basic baseline tenant protections here in Vallejo, including rent control, just cause eviction protections, anti-harassment protections, and the right to counsel. Tonight, I really want to uplift the work of the Vallejo Homeless Union, a critical voice led by unhoused and formerly unhoused residents demanding real, lasting solutions. They've consistently showed up with lived experience, clarity, and courage, even when our systems fail to listen. I also want to lift up the Homefulness Project by Port Magazine, a powerful model built by poor and unhoused people themselves. It provides rent-free permanent housing, and it's already working. Vallejo really should be learning from this model and not repeating failed cycles of temporary underfunded shelter. At the same time, we must also support Black-led community-rooted efforts like Maria's Place and Melvin Callan's projects. These proposals are not perfect, but they reflect local leadership and deserve both investment and deep accountability. Rather than discard them, let's deepen the support and oversight needed for them to succeed. Lastly, we really can't forget the human cost of inaction. Let's be perfectly honest. James Oakley II died after being crushed by a backhoe while sheltering outdoors and simply living and existing in Vallejo. Although people in this room want to have you forget, that death was actually very preventable. It was the result of displacement, criminalization, and our failure to house people with dignity. Tenant protections are one piece in preventing that harm, and they really must be part of the broader strategy to end this injustice. This is our chance to act with some clarity, care, and courage. Let's center community-led housing, protect tenants, and invest in some solutions that keep people housed for a long time and long term. And let's start being honest about the realities here on the ground in Vallejo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mick Penn, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and staff. My name is Mick Penn. I am the Director of Community Relations for Swinnerton in Northern California. And I first want to acknowledge the concerns of Vallejo residents and definitely understand folks' concerns. But, you know, as an affordable housing builder, we definitely see the headwinds of funding, you know, throughout the state. And this is an opportunity to put forward proposals to house the unhoused. We are in support of the Enough Housing in Melvin. Melvin and I are both Dons. I was texting Melvin earlier that our professor, Professor Callahan, would be proud of us in the public administration space, advocating for the people because, you know, USF, University of San Francisco, is a Jesuit university, and they talk about changing the world from here. And the wraparound services and the comprehensive approach, thoughtful approach that Enough Housing has put together, you know, in their proposal is amazing. And understand the concerns that you've had with past home key projects. I can let you know that Swinnerton, we have delivered, you know, 4 home key projects in the last 2 years and working on our 5th right now, and understand the compliance components and whatnot. We are a trusted builder, as you've heard earlier, 135 years plus in the area, thoughtful community builder, partner that want to see success for Vallejo, its residents, its unhoused population, to center them, uplift them, give them the dignity of home, of housing. As a former tenant of affordable housing, understanding the importance of that place to allow people to recenter their lives, move forward. I don't think you should miss this opportunity, but, you know, allow Enough Housing and their partners to move forward with putting together the home key proposal.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And then our last speaker in house will be Dhruv Shah.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor,
all the council members and city staff. My name is Dhruv Shah. I am a business owner, real estate broker, and have had the pleasure to work on a handful of HomeKey projects, including round 1, 2, and 3. I'm here to support California Supportive Housing and Puneet Bhargava, and Stephen Doss as well, the consultant who I have had the pleasure to work with and closed 3 HomeKey projects with him, and another project that was recently acquired by the City of Sacramento. I'm just glad to be here to see the council's reviewing this project from California Supportive Housing. I want to say that experience and team is what gets these projects done, and they have both. I also want to say that they have a very, very depth in terms of background and experience, and had diligently been working on this project for past several months, along with the ownership and all you. So I'm going to keep it real short, but that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, I believe that wraps up our speakers. And as I mentioned before, I want to go through, in the interest of time, I would like to just go through and have us share each how we'd like to proceed, and I'll offer some opening comments, which is that this process that we went through tonight, just to be clear and to respond to some of the comments, this is not the process by which this type of thing should or would happen. Nor were these projects rushed to the city. As we heard from our presenters, these came through 4 years ago, last summer and last December, and were presented to the city. And yes, we are less than 2 weeks away from the HomeKey Plus deadline, and it's a very real possibility that's not going to work out to apply for HomeKey Plus. But I really can only speak for myself, and I think there's a general consensus on this council that we want to change the way the city does business, and we want to make hard decisions, and we want to be transparent about what we're doing. And if there are proposals that have come in a year, 4 years ago that would have been a fit for this, but for not getting the response they needed, or our experience with the Broadway project, our capacity issues, we want to be open and transparent about that, because that is what accountability looks like. That is us sitting up here with our staff and our city manager going, you know what, after the last experience with HomeKey, these are all the reasons why we might not be able to do this. And this is what happened when developers came to us with proposals. And as we saw from, I don't agree with the characterization of the projects as rushed or inexperienced. I think we saw a lot of time and effort that had gotten put into these things. And from my part, I would like to see us change the way we do business so that we are a better partner to folks that want to come and do business in the city, so that we can welcome in and attract reputable developers, reputable investors, philanthropy. We can actually get going in Vallejo. And I appreciate the discussion of my colleagues. I know it took us a while to get here, maybe a little longer than we thought, but I really appreciate the discussion, because I think this is us jumping in and making tough decisions and being transparent, not trying to rush or ram something through. This is us trying to go, you know what, we didn't like that process. Let's talk about this, and then let's talk about what we want the process to be going forward. So from my part, I would like to see those MRG recommendations implemented ASAP. The RFQ for affordable housing developers and development of the policy, and I think we should have that in place by this fall. So if there is another round of funding, which I don't know, it doesn't look great at the state level, but that we're ready for it. Of the 3, I really like the first 2 for different reasons. And I would like to see us partner with them. I don't know about HomeKey Plus for them. I think we might have a ship that has sailed on that, but I would like us to do right by the work that has been done and engage with those folks on what the next steps would look like. And I'm open to further discussion and further input from my colleagues. So I will open us up there, and I'm going to hop out for a second, but I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Gordon and ask the Vice Mayor to continue if I'm not back. All right.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to thank everyone for coming out and presenting to us an opportunity to help regarding our unhoused community. I want to thank everyone for being patient while we ask these questions. For myself, I want to also make sure we hear our callers and our in-person persons. And so far, I took a tally. And I have 7 yes for the Legacy Project. I have 2, we're going to leave it up to the board. And then I have 3 no's, and I have 1 for California project. Why is that important? Because we represent everybody, right? It's not just only us. And I agree with my our mayor that it's nothing really too much about the project of California that that says we're going to have that opportunity. Not saying that there isn't. It's just maybe not this time. You know, put a lot more work into it. Come back to us, because being a commissioner, I appreciate when I was heard, and by our commissioner not confident at the time and had plenty of time to deal with it, it doesn't really say a lot. I really trust my commissioners. And so that's my concern with that one. But don't give up. If your heart is in it, you mean it, you're gonna do what you can for the next time. But I do agree with my colleagues for the first 2 projects, but definitely the Maria project. Definitely, that is a need. It is there. It's already in place. And what I mean by in place, it has been part of the conversation for this whole entire time. So that's my take out on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, wait. With us getting some support for our staff. We don't want them to be overworked. Thank you.
All right, other thoughts? And was that a support for Home Key Plus or a support for going forward to try and get the next round for those 2?
Support for
Home Key Plus.
Make sure you clarify, because there was a whole bunch of them there. For Maria project and vets.
For the funding
Yes.
coming right up? Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to kind of preface a few things. So I'd like to really echo what the mayor said about kind of the mischaracterization that's out there, and I appreciate her effort to bring accountability and transparency to this process. This isn't ideal. I don't think anyone here wanted to do this at the midnight hour before the Home Key Plus grant was due. It's just things finally came to a head. There were several applicants who wanted to make something happen and it required our approval, and so we're doing that now. We're doing it in an open forum, so that's just what that is. And I'd like to also thank the project applicants. You know, making permanent supportive housing is hard. Affordable housing is very hard. There are easier ways to make money out there. You know, I appreciate their effort to bring these projects before us. So, you know, I have nothing but respect for you guys. So another thing is, I feel like I have to say this, that I am very pro-housing. It's making sure that we have enough housing for all incomes in our community is vital to our success as a city, and part of that is ensuring that we have a place for folks who are unhoused to live. That's just the bottom line. There are other components to addressing homelessness, but housing is definitely a part of that. With that said, I can't ignore some of the bigger trends going on right now. The city, we are going through some financial times right now. I think that's to say the least. The state is in no better shape, and all the tea leaves are right there, and there are massive cuts forthcoming. And with this presidential administration, it's going to be even more. I don't think it's going to get any prettier from here on out. And so to make these assumptions based off of past projects during previous administrations, during better economic times in California, would be foolish. And I think we have to be very prudent about what we're doing. And even though we're not going to be owning these projects, we have to consider what are the consequences for projects that fail or that are unsustainable and what those effects are on the community. I don't know what the answers are, but I don't think they're going to be great. So I think we have to, for me, I feel like we have to be very judicious about what we're supporting, especially if those projects are going to be reliant on project-based vouchers. Going forward, I don't really have any specific recommendations, but I think we do need, as a whole, need to take a broader look on how we approach housing, not just for the unhoused, but for the entire community. You know, we have to meet our RENA numbers, but that's not to say that that's not indicative of whether we have a strategy for producing housing for everyone. That's just meeting a state requirement. But we have to be very considerate about how we're building and what we're building in our community. And same thing for homelessness as well. I don't know if we're going to come to a decision on what those standards are for looking at any projects that come before us. I think there should be a set of standards, and let's see what those consultants have to say. But I think going forward, we have to be very prudent about what we choose to approve and how we use our money. Thanks.
All right, Vice Mayor Bergenzer.
Thank you, and I agree with the comments that have been made, and I do applaud all three projects. I think that each of them in their own way have merit, and I think that we should continue those conversations and flesh out many more of the details. I don't think at this time that we should co-apply with any of the projects until that there's other opportunities for funding. I think that we need to get our house in order first. I think that we need to ensure that we don't financially burden future councils like we had been previously burdened with the projects, the funding gaps and the deficits that came up with things like the Navigation Center and the Broadway projects. I don't want to saddle future councils with those types of very difficult decisions to make. And so I think that we need to have, like I said, we need to have our house in order, and we need to follow the recommendations from the Broadway project audit that was conducted, make sure that we have those processes in place before we take on any new projects for the city.
Thanks. Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree with what all of my council members have said up to this point. I think what this meeting has brought to light is that we need to not only get our house in order, but to get a process in place to make sure that we can be successful in the future. I think what we're realizing is, because once again, we spent money for this MRG report. And if are we just saying we want to just throw it all out and not even follow what we're told to recommend to be successful? And so I don't think it's, and once again, I think each of these projects, once again, as council member, as we've all talked about, there is merit to where I think that, and Vallejo is in a place that we do need the housing without question, without doubt. But once again, are we willing to take a quote from what we've talked about projects in the past? And I appreciate the honesty for the first two projects where it said that this is their first go at putting a project like this together. Are we in the place to be the training ground for these organizations to be the test run to go through this process? They may have teamed up with people that have done this in the past, but to be the person to run this and to make sure that this process is successful. I think once again, if we're going back through our own experiences, I don't think that we have the capacity to have our own staff oversee the success of some of these projects moving forward. Once again, I think there is some merit in all of these projects at some point, but I think if we had our processes in place already, I think we would have been able to vet some of the, maybe the shortcomings over time. And to hear, and I'm very disconcerted at the fact that a lot of these projects came to us years ago, to where I think there was enough time to where we could have vetted these going through this. And this is where I was a little, not having come in front of our own housing commission to even ask those questions, because that's why we have the housing commission there to ask these our expertise appointees to ask these questions, to where at least we would have gotten answers for some of these questions, to where we've, in my mind, we could have resolved or put things in place to potentially move forward with it. Because I mean, my basic questions for it is, this application is due next week. What staff are we even have envisioning to even put this in place for our application? Do we have any staff even available to even put an application together for us for one or three of these projects?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. As we mentioned before, we'd really be relying on the co-applicants, some of whom have done a lot of work pre-populating the application. But frankly, I'm not certain that, I mean, it would be me and maybe some other staff people. We wouldn't even really have the time, I don't think, to vet the information that was being submitted on the application under our name entirely to verify it. So it's a precarious situation, but we're in a special, this is also a special opportunity.
I appreciate the honesty and the clarification for that. And once again, that's us taking a leap of faith to where we've done that in the past, and are we willing to take that chance again of making the same mistakes we've already been making? So that's just a question to us as a council. And does our pocketbook give us the availability to make those same mistakes that we've made? That's just, once again, the question to us as a council. Do we have that ability? And once again, I mean, looking at each of those projects, I think that at some point they would be viable if we had things in place the right way. So, I mean, the one project I had concerning is for us to take ownership, to be the owner of the project. I think we said no to Broadway to being the owner. So my question was, why would we be in a place to take ownership of a project right now, in our capacity right now? So that once again, that could have been answered. We could have addressed this months ago and maybe potentially have figured that out at some point. But once again, the fact we're at the 11th hour, we're scrambling to come up with answers for things that we don't know. And what I'm realizing the most about this whole process is affordable housing is so complex, so unpredictable, and things change over in a matter of months, to where people say there's funding available and there's commitments to that, to where if I'm looking at, once again, number 5 of saying that in the event of the full funding for the project is not secured, what does that actually mean? Do these applicants have contracts that they have the funding secured? So how do we assure ourselves that we're not on the hook for some level of funding or some price that we have to pay? I don't know what that means. So once again, this is if we had all of this figured out, maybe in due time we could have once again vetted through this. But I'm having a hard time moving forward with these. And once again, it's not because of the projects, it's not because of the applicants, it's because we don't have our own process in place yet for us to actually successfully be able to vet these with the assurance or the confidence to be able to move forward with any of these. But once again, in concept, I think all 3 of these projects are something that we could have at some point looked at months ago and asked these relevant questions, and potentially at this point of the deadline, we may have had answers. But at this 11th hour, I don't think we have enough answers and confidence enough to move forward with one or all 3 of them. But once again, I hope we have this process in place at some point to where we can move forward, hopefully by next year, with similar projects.
Thanks. Councilmember Lederjou.
Thank you. First, thank you to our city manager. We had a long conversation on Friday. I'm going to be really transparent. And I told him, for me, when we had this conversation about having this session, was the first time that I found him to be extremely clear about the condition and the state of the city. And it's really important. This meeting for me was really important because when you have projects, developers, businesses come to your city and you speak about quality and you want individuals who can work through things with you and partner with you, they have to have a response. They have to understand how to work with you. Even when we are short-staffed, we have to be service-oriented. And we can say, oh no, I did respond. Oh no, they didn't contact me. And the fact of the matter is, we're somewhere in the middle of all those conversations. And we as a city have to be responsive because we do have great need. But in our great need, we have to have processes that work. And yes, it takes time to get those processes in place. And yes, I acknowledge that we're short. We have resource limitations. And at the same time, we need to figure out how to respond and how to get back to individuals and make it meaningful so that individuals know how to do business with us. That's really important to me because without that, we cannot move forward. And the reality is, we will have times where we don't always do things well. We'll have times where we've learned some things. That's not just in Vallejo, that's everywhere you go. That's in private industry, that's in public industry, nonprofit, government, so forth and on. But the question is, how do we respond and how do we help people move along when they're inquiring of us? That's what is really important to me about tonight. And the reality is, yes, we've had failed projects for a lot of reasons on both sides. We don't even need to discuss it. We need to put processes in place. We have 3 projects that have come before us to show us what else is possible in our city and the kinds of individuals that we have the possibility to work with. And the importance of responding, the importance of that work coming before the council and it not being solely a staff decision without input from the council to understand what is being brought to us. And so I want to say to everyone who took the time to come and present, thank you. I want to thank you for saying it may not be now, and we'd like to partner and get this done. And I get the fact of nationally, on the state level, and on the local level, we're all impacted by what's going on financially. And we can't just say yes, because we're talking about having project-based vouchers. We're talking about we need to go to the Veterans Affairs to determine if we can have VASH vouchers. There has to be a financial plan because the reality is the city doesn't have the funding to give someone 20 million, 10 million, 35 million, or can we say, do we really have the vouchers? Or can we put them out a year from now or 2 years? And the reality is, had we had all the conversations along the way together in some form, in some fashion, we would not be sitting here 9 days before a due date to the state of California is due. We would not have missed a supernova opportunity because we did not respond. That's just the reality. So is this a learning lesson for all of us? It is. Is it a learning lesson for us to talk about what is really the state of our city? We have to be honest about where we are and how we're going to get to that place where we are thriving versus where we are literally drowning and saying, how are we going to get there in the last moments, in the last days? And I know it's possible. I know it's possible. Even with the few staff that we have, this city is no different than any other local government or any state government around resources. We all are short on resources. Every last agency is short on resources. I am a government employee, and we are short on resources, but we still have to be service-oriented. We still have to respond. Ms. Liette talked about something that happened a whole council ago, and we've not yet addressed it. How unfair is that to the entire community? How unfair is it to all of us? We're here as a city council to help. But I can't help you if we don't talk about where we are. We have to talk about where we are so we can move forward together as a city. And so I knew coming in this meeting that I was not going to be able to, with great confidence and in good conscience, say, yes, let's approve these projects. Because I do understand what we're up against. But yet, I knew we needed to have this meeting. Because we need to say that we're listening. We need to say that we care, and we need to say that we can do better, and we can get this done. But we can't do it today.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. I keep going back to we can't have it both ways. That's what I keep going back to tonight. Back in, I don't know how many years ago it was, we had some funding become available because of the pandemic, because of the homelessness crises that we have across our nation become available. And even with our staffing challenges, we took the leap of faith as a city to approve a few projects, knowing that there was money available. And we went through that process, and there was a lot of pain, a lot of years, a lot of resources expended on projects that have not yet seen the light of day. Now that we have an assessment that was written by a consultant outlining specific recommendations, we have folks saying, well, we should wait. I know we need to build this process, but let's go ahead and push through. I know that this report is saying that we need folks with experience to manage this work, but let's just push through, and this time it will work. To the Vice Mayor's point, it goes back decades. Previous councils have made decisions, have made investments in affordable housing, but we have not taken the time to have a plan, to have a process, to really engage community. And then the question comes back to, why don't we have money to do anything? Why are you not engaging the community? I asked time and time again today, did you engage the community in this process? We can't have it both ways. You can't ram a project through and not engage community. If you engage community, there's buy-in for the project. If you engage community, you know what it is that you're trying to solve for. I liked elements of the Ethos project, specifically serving our veterans. We have a rich veteran history. And yet, in my personal opinion, we have not served them well. I loved elements of that project. But were they meaningfully engaged? I don't know, right? Now, staff. This report was finished at some point last year. We haven't had a conversation about this report. So again, had we clearly defined a plan to start to implement these recommendations, right, at least some of that work would have moved forward. We're not going to always get it right, but at least we can chip away at these recommendations and then be at a place where instead of building a process from scratch, we're 30% there. Every municipality has a shortage of staff, every single one of them. But had we not called for this special meeting, when were we going to talk about the recommendations? A year from now, 2 years from now, several rounds from now, several funding rounds from now? And so we have to be clear-eyed. I think it's our responsibility as a council to be clear-eyed on what are we trying to accomplish every single year. How does that trickle down to projects? How does that trickle down to reports? How does that trickle down to community and what they want to see? If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And I don't think we've even done that. We haven't done goal setting yet. So I personally liked 2 of the 3 projects. For economic development reasons, I cannot be supportive. I'm just being straight up of the project in my district. And I do have to say to the CEO, the most important thing that I have is my name. At the end of the day, doesn't matter how many kids I leave behind, what titles I have next to my name, the most important thing is my name. And for you to suggest that I was lying was deeply offensive. Deeply offensive. So in sum, I would like to see staff, and I know we're only deciding on the resolutions, but I want to see these recommendations implemented so that when this funding does become available again, we can look at these projects. And I do agree with Ms. Carr, and I'll end here. I think every district should have a mix of housing, but that also necessitates a conversation around our zoning. You can't just say, oh, there's an overconcentration in District 4. Let's look at the zoning. Do we have to make changes to the zoning so that we can allow for that housing to take place across the city? I think that's a conversation we need to have. Some of this stuff was done by design. We need to correct it. And at the same time, I firmly believe and agree with her that every district should have a mix of housing. And with that, let's start to implement these recommendations without delay, and let's continue the conversation with each of these developers, and let's see where it goes. I think, again, 2 of the 3 were great, and even the last one by California Supportive Housing, there are other parts of my district that, I think could benefit from a project like that. So I think we've got to continue the conversation. But I don't want to have another meeting without seeing a plan from staff to start chipping away at these recommendations, because we can't just keep talking about the same thing. Leah has been having the conversation, elevating these issues for years. We haven't done anything. We just keep making promises and not following through. And that doesn't just fall on staff. I think we have a responsibility as a council to get that done. So I'll end it there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Matulik, you had another quick point?
I was just going to follow up with that, and I think we've all been talking about that, of this process need to be put in place. I'd like to see a time frame of when we're going to actually implement this MRG, starting with when is the time frame of getting this housing development director, because I think that's the first point, and then putting in all these RFPs, the RFP process, because I think that would have answered many of the questions that the project has brought in front of us that we didn't have answers for. So I think once again, we have the I guess the guideline from MRG. I want to have us put a timeline of when we're actually going to start putting this in place, so that way we can actually start helping to Dr. Letterju's point of helping our community and those developers and those projects out there of seeing that we're moving forward with an understanding for them to be able to work with us. And until we get that done, we're going to be going around in circles. So at some point, I'd like to see us, and this may be a goal setting thing, but at some point, we need to put a timeline and actually a deadline of when we're actually going to implement this process that we keep talking about, that we once again have the framework for, but we haven't talked about yet of when it's going to come into fruition.
Thank you. All right, I said we were going to do one round, and now I've realized I've opened up a second round, so I'll just ask us to be expedient if we can. Councilmember Gordon and then Councilmember Letterju.
I just want to tell staff, I'm not trying to put more work on you, but as you know, we've been tasked to provide safe place for our unhoused. We can't keep on doing sweeps because they're going not only in District 4, but a lot in District 6, as we had a gentleman spoke at our last meeting, which is happening right now in District 6, that there's a lot of unhoused individuals. And some of them that I have actually spoke to since then are not what we place as homeless. For example, not everyone's on drugs, not everyone's on alcohol. There are people here who are working at the refinery, and they were staying at the typical places they go, but because the refinery is closing, the persons are now challenging them more. So they're living literally on 5th Street, on 6th Street, and also on, I want to say, Sheraton. And so, and then also by the gentleman's restaurant that he came to speak on. But they're all over District 6, and a lot of them said they want housing. And I think the project that is being implemented is something serious that we should consider. Within 2 years, we can have this. Otherwise, we're talking about finding a safe place, which is going to cost money. We're talking about other projects that's still going to cost money. And I think if we need to think about, if we had to pick one of the three, I would ask my colleagues to please think about that. Because I've been on already 2 sweeps, and one was with the city and the other is with GVRD. So I seen them exact places, I seen the people, and I seen exactly where they end up. Now they're starting to go back on Lincoln. So we just cleaned Lincoln in February. They moved the rocks, and they're right back there again. And they also cut a person's property lock, and now they're on that person's property because they want to have a place to stay that's safe. So please think about that. If you had to pick one of the three, please think about that for a few moments. I appreciate you allowing me to speak my opinion.
Councilmember Letterju.
So really quickly to our city manager, while I know MRG did an assessment and has provided recommendations, another thing that I would like for our city to do is to contact different jurisdictions who do this work well, who have lots of experience in doing this work, and determine how we can develop relationship as we are building out what it should look like. MRG's recommendations are not the be-all, end-all. And I know you know that, and I would like us not to stop there, but to begin to develop these relationships. You have Alameda County, who does really great work in this area, along with San Francisco and other, Sacramento as well. And working with them and talking with them how they are working with all of the different developers. Because it's really important so that we can get going and get moving. And it's not going to happen overnight, but it gives us a basis of how to really build out our program so we can be successful and have partnerships where staff are developing partnerships with others in these different places so that we can pick up the phone and ask questions. We don't need to be the expert of everything. We just need to know where to get the answers. That's most important. And then to my colleague's point, our Vice Mayor, as it relates to the community land trust, rather than staff just having the conversation, I would like for us to agendize the community land trust and have that brought forward to the council. And, you know, to the community at large, again, this discussion, this hearing was necessary because it's daylighting where we are, where we need to go, and what our state is. Additionally, as we are moving forward as a city and laying down the foundation through our city manager, the other thing that we have to do is we have to be thinking about the future. So we're dealing with what's at hand today, and we also need to begin to really delve into where we want to be in the next year, where we want to be in 2 years, where we want to be in 3 years. And you have to do all this simultaneously. It can't be one thing at a time. We've got to do many things at one time so that we can find ourselves in a much better place in the next 6 months and in the next 12 months. And together we can do that. We just have to have all these different conversations. So those are the things that I'm asking for.
Thank you. And I'll just add briefly in wanting to close that I think just the level of discussion and the comments that that we've raised, it gives me more confidence in this council's ability to get us out of the hole we're in. And to Councilmember Matias and everybody else's points, you know, we've got to stop this Groundhog Day style of just coming back at the same, like, last minute, not prepared. And I think we've kind of given that direction loud and clear tonight, that we want to see that proactivity and our ability to think medium and long term, and instead of just constantly being reactive and not proactive. I also just wanted to speak to the presenters. I know we've already kind of addressed the community and we've thanked the presenters, but I feel it necessary to apologize for not being in a position to be a good partner over the past months or years. And I know you spent 5 hours of your evening with us today and didn't get the answer that you wanted, and I didn't expect it to be 5 hours, but I want to thank you for your time, and I hope that you've heard from this council that we are committed to going forward. And I personally will say that I do not want this to be wasted time for anybody. I think this was an incredibly necessary meeting, very meaningful. I truly appreciate the partnership, and I know all three of the presenters tonight, you know, you own property here or live here or own motels here. You know, you're here and you're working with Vallejo, and I want to commit right now that we will be a good partner going forward, and that you can reach out anytime, and that we will get into a position where we are able to be more responsive and be that partner that frankly our residents deserve, because they deserve a city that is going to be able to be there and take advantage of opportunities. And, you know, to my colleague's point, Councilmember Tulik, you know, I think we did have time to vet this, but we're taking accountability for it now, and we're committing to being better going forward. So my question is whether or not we need to vote. City manager, do you feel like you have enough direction from us, or do we need to formally make a vote?
So the specific action that's before the council tonight is considering 3 resolutions. If the city council adjourns without taking any action, those resolutions are not approved, and there's no direction for staff to follow up on those items.
Are my colleagues comfortable just adjourning without taking action? Councilmember Matias.
I think there were several items that were raised by several of us of specific actions we want to see staff take.
Yeah.
And so I think we should take a vote on that, and we should memorialize what those actions are so that they can report back with specific timelines.
Okay. Can I take a shot at it? Because I've been taking feverish notes for that very purpose. I will move that we direct staff to create a timeline for implementation of the MRG recommendations and bring that back to us in a timely manner. What do we think a timely manner is? A month? July? I think that's very reasonable post-budget. So in July, that we engage with the Housing Justice Coalition and bring back the Community Land Trust for agendization, and that we commit to engaging with our partners so that we're prepared for future opportunities. That one's a little more nebulous, but I think the big thing is the MRG report and the timeline. Did I miss anything? I'm scanning. I think we're okay.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, yeah.
Not just the MRG assessment recommendations, we need to take it further. There are local governments and we have HCD that we do need to engage in developing a program. Not just that's just an assessment from,
right.
I won't go there, but just, I think we need to be more.
Baseline, yeah, as a baseline.
Yes.
So that we come up with a meaningful plan, not a timeline to implement the MRG recommendations, and also additional plans to be able to be prepared for affordable housing projects. Yeah. Councilmember Matias, you have something to add?
And I mean, I have said this in other spaces, but I also very strongly believe that we should have a study session with our Housing and Community Development Commission at some point so we can look at all these pieces together. Because I think we've been having many different conversations in isolation, and to Councilmember Palmares' point, we really need to have a discussion with the entire community around what is our housing strategy. Ms. Liat showed me something from 2019 that said we were supposed to put together a housing strategy, and here we are in 2025, again talking about one piece of it. We need to have that conversation so that we provide clarity to all folks involved around what it is that we're doing and the timeline. And I think we need to do that like now.
We do, and I'll add to that, and I don't want to derail us too much, but this connects to what Housing Justice Coalition was doing. We have a requirement in our housing element to put a couple of tenant protection ordinances, inclusionary zoning, up by September. So we'll need to do that. That'll fold in nicely. So we're requesting the study session, and we do need to schedule goal setting, and I think this should be we'll need to get into this in goal setting. So okay, have staff generated timeline, not just for implementation of MRG, but broader preparedness for affordable housing projects. Engage the Community Land Trust and engage in a study session with the Housing Commission on our housing strategy. Councilmember Gordon, something to add?
Yes, and I'd like to, like you said earlier, just want to emphasize the partnership with any developer who wants to come into our city, that we have more of a relationship, conversation, however that may look. And I want to tell Liette that unfortunately tomorrow we won't be able to be there because we are at the flood, water, and waste, right, tomorrow?
Yeah.
So don't want you thinking that we weren't there on purpose.
Yeah, that's a good point. Did she hear that?
Liette, did you hear that?
We'll be at the flood,
Flood, water,
wastewater
and
tomorrow,
waste.
so we'll miss the Housing Justice Coalition event.
Just wanted you to
All
know
right.
that up front, okay?
Are we comfortable with this motion? I'm writing it down. Let's go ahead and vote on it. Do we have the ability to vote on here?
So what happened to the piece with your developers who have presented they have projects, and while we're doing all that, not forgetting to have that engagement.
Yeah.
Right?
Continue engagement,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
That's what I said. I'm sorry, I didn't, if I said
Yep.
that clear.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
apologize, yes. Okay.
Okay, I've got it. There are 4 things: timeline, plan, study session, community land trust, engaging with developers. Should we just do a voice vote, or do we need to vote on here?
Voice vote.
Voice vote? All right, let's do it.
Okay. Councilmember Palmares,
Aye.
Councilmember Matias,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Braganza,
Yes.
Councilmember Ledaju,
Aye.
Mayor Soares,
Yes.
and Councilmember Matulik,
Aye.
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, aye.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you. Passes unanimously. I've got it written here. I will go ahead and thank everyone again, and we will adjourn at 11:12 p.m.